explore. I heard there was some swimming, so it sounds like a pretty good evening. We've got a little bit of business to take care of this morning, and then we're going to start. We'll finish up with indicators and then move on to ALDFG this morning. A reminder that tonight is our social dinner. If anyone have questions about that, let me know, but that's going to be tonight at 8 p.m. Also, I need to get a head count for who might be interested in having the lunch in the restaurant with the cooking demonstration. No pressure, but I just need a show of hands. Anyone doing lunch at the restaurant here today? Maybe one? Two? That'd be a very hands-on cooking demonstration. Okay. I don't need Paul to count for me this morning. So, okay, great. Let's see. Also, just a reminder for the moderators, it's really important that you collect the talks. We have maybe not been doing that. And then make sure I get your talks in advance because we're missing some. So make sure we have your presentations so we can get started on time. Would be very helpful. And then as a reminder, we've got our topic group sessions today after some plenary presentations. So we'll go over that a little bit. But before we start our business session, I was kind of hoping we could get the folks from Denmark and Norway to come up to the front, please. Everyone from Denmark and Norway, please come to the front. I think this is a pretty good demonstration of how representative you are in the group. So, as I mentioned on the first day, we are a bit of a family, and as a family, we really like to celebrate each other and also embarrass each other a little bit. So you need to, Neil, Mike, if you could come to the front so we can properly embarrass you. So we have 3 birthdays to celebrate with these wonderful people that have been such classic people in our organization, and we're very, very lucky to have them as part of our group and part of this family. So if we could all sing happy birthday. I don't know, is there a traditional Norwegian or...
In Norway, we say gratulerer med dagen. So just gratulerer med dagen.
Someone else do All right. Are you okay with the traditional happy birthdays? All right. I've got a terrible voice, but maybe we'll go happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear. We wish you a very, very happy birthday, and we're so happy you're in this community. So thank you for everybody, and we'll celebrate you more tonight at the social dinner. So thank you, guys. Thank you.
Sorry?
What do you need?
Yeah, no, we're starting, right? But you have more business.
All right. So we're going to do a few, we're going to have part of a business session again this morning. Again, we'll see how you feel about breaking the business session up into these smaller bits. So we wanted to just remind you that we are part of a larger ICES community, and there's other working groups, just to sort of flag some that might be on your radar. And also groups we might be able to collaborate with in the future. So just as a reminder, there's these working groups within ICES, and you can go on the website and search through and see if there's other ones that you want to be a part of. And there's some new ones. There's this new WGM Learn, this machine learning one. WG Fast, of course, the acoustics group. There's the International Deep Pelagic group, Survey Design group. I think there's a bottom contact group even. So there's lots of different working groups within ICES. Just wanted to flag that for folks, especially for our younger new entrants into the community. I also wanted to mention that the annual science conference is coming up in September. It looks like we're too late to submit a symposium, but wanted to flag that. It's going to be in Lithuania, which sounds really cool. Also in November, we have the annual PICES, the Pacific Ocean ICES conference in Japan, which also sounds kind of amazing. So just wanted to flag those for our group so you're aware. And then we have some updates for you guys today from various things. I'll start off just by mentioning that I've very informally started an AI meeting, and we meet semi-regularly online to talk about our work related to AI, thinking about species detection, recognition, automating, tracking fish and fishing gear, things like that. We've also sort of transitioned to talking a little bit about active selection, and we just meet maybe, I don't know, Dara, what, like once every few months, and talk about what we've been up to, we problem solve and things like that. So for anyone who's interested to be part of that group, I just send an email out, we have a video call, and we just sort of chat about problems and solutions and share knowledge. So if anyone's interested, please let me know. That's something I kind of informally organize. So next, we're going to have an update from WGSSSE. I always forget how many S's, which is another working group that actually met the day before this meeting. So Holly, are you giving that? Yeah. Okay. Just this one, right?
Yes. It's only one time in my life I have been singing in a man chor, and that was in Norway, and I was singing in this day. Ja, vi älskar det landet. Och jag huskar inte mer. So, okay, I'm going to tell you here about the working group SSSE, many SS. This is a species, size and species selectivity experiments. Now, a little bit background on this. What is this? This is a working group we started in 2020. Do anyone remember that year? And it was in discussion within this group, in this working group, the year before on the meeting there, and actually in some years before that. The need of rewrite up or update the Weilmann manual. You probably, many of you know very well. The manual from Weilmann is quite good and still is, even it is in partly outdated, but it's only about towed fishing gears and only about size selectivity. So many of us are teaching as a side work of busy other works ongoing, and we did feel that there is a need for a textbook or guidelines for new beginners or for students to have more better overview of how you conduct size and species selective experiments. So this is what it is about. We are now on our second turn in our second year in the second turn. So we have been running this for 5 years. It have frankly been going up and down. We started this in the COVID because we thought that was just going to end at that time. Well, that didn't happen. So we actually didn't have a very good start. It was like a crash landing in a way. However, we have been going on, and we are still surviving, and we actually have done quite something, and I'm going to show you here. This was the people at the meeting in the day before we started here. Here's a group photo. You can see that Matthew was all in. He tattooed the word on the. I appreciate it very much. He's all in, very much. So yeah, people are doing everything for this group. So we had 16 attendants to our meeting, and we had a very good meeting there. Some basic information here. We have already a draft of 5 chapters here: introduction, the description of fishing gear, the main fishing gears we are using or testing, study design, how you design studies, how you conduct the experiment when at sea. So you have to find out how you are going to do this before you go at sea, and then you have to know exactly how you are collecting data and what you have to collect. In a short word, it can say everything. But then the core or the basic in this guideline is, of course, how we analyze this. But as you all know, if shit go out, shit go in. No, shit go in or out, or whatever it is. So, few things here about them is what we have done. We have a 5-chapter, we have 28 sub-chapter right now. You can see the screenshot over there of all the pages. Of course, you cannot read it, but just to show you that we are actually done something. And the horizontal one is what have been drafted in the chapter 5. It will probably be longer. We have about 80 to 100 pages, depend on the letter size. We have few figures. We need more. We need some more tables as well. This is about 28,000 words today, and it's going on. We are in a stage, we could say that we have drafted all the text quite nicely, but of course it need to be edited, and we are on the stage right now that we have quite some comments, some edits after the meeting idea how we are going to move things up between the chapters. And when we have done that, we will be ready to involve more people and get fresh eyes on the text and read it over and give some comments on it. So we are coming into that field now. Mike Paul, not here, and he is sending his best greetings to the whole group. He is a former chairman here of FTFB, and he had been chairing this working group with me, the SSSE group, but he have a problem with working with me in this task because he have a different work now and cannot go for that. So he had to step down. I asked ChatGPT if ChatGPT could make a nice picture of Mike Paul trying to fish a size and species selective windmill. Because, the ChatGPT had a really problem to understand what the heck I was asking for, because this is impossible, as Mike Paul have seen. This is the outcome. It is impossible. That's why he is not here with us today, and he have to step down. And I think we should give him one good. Now, I cannot run this alone, and I had to have some good people with me. We asked ICES if it would be okay to raise the number of the chairs in the group from 2 to 3. It was okay, and we asked anyone in the group of the members of the working group SSE to step forward to work with us. And we have 2 wonderful chairs now to work with me in this. Sharon Bass and Unita, the birthday girl somewhere, to work with me. And I think we should. I have over the 5 years, this have been going up and down, very much down in the COVID time, but it's now I have a very good feeling about the work. After the meeting last specifically, we had a lot of discussion, lot of comments. It is not like this is done, but there is a lot of work we need to do more. However, it's a very focused group. People want to make this happen, to make this work done, and I'm very convinced that it will happen. I will not dare to say the date of the publication, when it will be published, but in the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Next, we'll have Unita, the birthday girl, with the bee fish update. Fun fact, my kids call her Anteater because Aunt Unita. Let's see. All right, Anteater. Which one is yours called? This one here?
Yes.
Okay. Good?
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to give an update from the Bee Fish Network. It's the network on behavior in relation to fishing gear. This was made for last year in the Canadian meeting. I want to ask every Bee Fish member that is present today, many of you that were present last year, can you raise up so that people can see who you are and have it in their minds if they have any questions about the network? Yeah. Thank you. So the background for this network is that it has been, the focus on fish behavior or animal behavior in this group has been declining for many years, and there has been discussions going on how to raise this focus on animal behavior. So in India, there was only one contribution in the behavioral session. That was my own. And that's why I invited everyone in FTFB to be part of this researcher network. And that's how BeeFish started. So I'm hoping that the start of the BeeFish is contributing to more focus on this. And this is kind of the statistics from India, from going from 1 to 4 contributions in the behavioral session in Canada, and now 7 in Sicily. So I don't feel I can take any honor of this increase, but I just hope that the BeeFish is contributing to this, and I hope to see an increase in contributions in the future. So the aims of the network is to better understand species-specific animal behavior and what influences it, to understand the capture process, and overcome the many barriers we have that prevents progress in our research area. We want to share knowledge with each other and make new friends and collaborations, get ideas and prevent to duplicate earlier, hence also the failure session that is coming up on Monday, and have a community for students. We experience that more and more students are involved in the network. I'm happy about that. So to include them also to do some networking and get a better relationship to the different researchers. And then last year, we also connected with Sylvia and the Red Seed Network, and we try to invite them when we have invited talks in the group. We have invited talks so that we can learn from other research areas that we need to have knowledge about in the research we do with animal behavior. So at the moment, we are 26 researchers and PhD 7 students. And I'm proud to say that we're now a truly global network, thanks a lot to Noëlle and Melanie. And I'm really appreciating Noëlle's getting up really early in the morning and Melanie attending in the middle of the night to get this, to participate. And you can see that most of the members are located in Europe. So among the members, there are people doing both sea trials and laboratory work. And we are working with a lot of different, both active and passive fishing gear. So I feel that we are well represented in the group. We have bi-monthly meetings, 1 hour, to make it possible for people to attend. And here is an overview of the meetings that we had the last few years. So we had these 4 meetings in 23, and then full meetings in 24, and we had 2 meetings in 25. And you can see that there are a combination of invited talks and then discussions in the group. So we're trying to make an equipment database, and we had different types of talks. And the last one, the flatfish burrowing and swimming, is from Henrik, that is here today, and will present some of his work on Monday. So this year I launched a BeFish platform, and that is to share resources within the group. So in this platform, it's possible for members to introduce themselves so that it's easier for new people to get familiar with the other members there, and also make contact to them if they want to have some more information or collaboration. And then provide some resources in the sense of minutes from the meetings and videos from invited talks, but also shared literature and this database I mentioned. So this is an example of the introduction of members, and Paco, also called Francisco if you didn't know, he was allowing me to show his presentation that he made in the group, and is also the same guy that won the competition, the visualization competition. Yeah, so we're happy to have you in the network, Paco. And I hope that more members will, Noëlle has presented herself, and I hope that more people will go in there and make an introduction of themselves here. So among the resources that we have is these are videos from the invited talks, and those are available at the network for members, but cannot be shared from there. And then we have literature that we highlight, and we have a literature database that you can see later on, and then methodologies and software that is also highlighted that can be found in the literature, or like this Boris software. And this is how to build things, or like sensors, or experimental design, and so on. And then we have the minutes at the lower there that we can, but it's also a minutes database. So this is just to show you the literature database that we have. And this is the equipment database that we are building up. So yeah, this is what I wanted to tell you. So if anyone wants to join it, please contact me, and I will include you in the network. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Unita. What a great contribution to our group. Next, for the Trawl Fisheries Innovation Network. Steve, do you want, keep it about 5 minutes, is that all right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Here we go. Awesome. That's the right one?
That's it.
Thanks so much.
All right, good morning to you. Actually, there's some interesting parallels between BeFish and this, which I'm sure you'll see. A collaborative effort with a couple of colleagues and a commercial fisherman. So basically, we've established this network. We know that fishermen spend a lot of time in the wheelhouse, leg up, looking out the window, thinking about better ways of doing things, how to build a better mousetrap, how to reduce expenses, how to catch more. You know the story. So they're always thinking about gear improvement. Problem is, apart from their own networks, they have limited opportunity to share their ideas, to receive feedback from this community and others, and to try to find a way forward. So, and where do they learn about new developments and innovations, such as the work this group's doing? Researchers and managers and others, they have a similar problem. So where do they learn about new developments and technologies in trawl fishing? How and where can they easily share their research with fishers? And how and where can they learn about the fishing industry? And then collectively, how and where do they come together and share those ideas? So we're using this platform, Extension Oz. There's the link over there if you're interested. And they've established a number of networks over the years in primary production around Australia. And as you can see, they're into all sorts of interesting things. Top right, energy smart farming. professional beekeepers, there's a change network, and down the bottom is their newest baby, the trawl network fishing innovation. And when you click on it, it looks something like this. You're confronted with these nine tiles, and each tile represents a different facet of the landscape in which the industry operates. So you've got trawl gear engineering on the top left, which looks at design, rigging and operation of trawl gear. There's social responsibility, there's precision fishing, there's catch handling, trawl vessel design, etc., etc. And if a user clicks on one of those tiles, they're confronted with a number of articles which are really just summaries of larger articles. So the industry doesn't have time to wade through a scientific report. They don't have time to wade through a report that my organisation may have funded and be the result of research, which might run for several hundred pages. And they may not even feel inclined to read the executive summary, which also might run into several pages. So we use Microsoft Copilot. We summarise the executive summary. We distill it down into just a brief page. We provide that information, and we provide links to the information to the parent report or the other source of information. So we provide a staged approach whereby industry and others can come in, get a little bit of information. If they want more, they can dig deeper. If not, they can move on. One of the other important features of this is that we allow people to comment on the article, to provide their expert advice or to ask for clarifying questions. And so they can read the report. If they're not quite understanding something, they can come in and ask for a little bit more information. So we think we've pretty much got the landscape covered. And in the middle is Wharf Talk. And it's deliberately in the middle because this is the bit that really is going to make this hum. There's an opportunity for people, for a community of individuals to come in online and to exchange ideas, ask questions. If one of the industry people has an idea and they want to know what's going on in that space, they can come in and say, hey, I've been thinking about this. Does anybody have any further information? And so there's an opportunity for an engagement, online engagement, with industry, researchers, managers and others. So our guiding principles and what sets this apart from, if you spend any time on social media, you'll know that there are already pages that are sort of dedicated to this sort of thing, whereby there are fishing industry groups and research groups and what have you. There's LinkedIn. There's already opportunities to engage, but the problem is that's all very public. And so if you've got something that you want to share, but you don't necessarily want to share to the whole world, you can come in and share it here in a safe and curated space. We've had recent examples where industry in Australia have published something online and then everybody just loads up on them, criticises them, and then they sort of go away and you never hear of them again. And they might have a good idea, but because they've effectively been bullied on social media, they don't want to come back and re-engage. So what we do is we provide a space whereby whenever somebody comments, it comes in through us, through my organisation. We quickly review the comment. If it's appropriate, we'll post it and it goes live. So you get a bit of a delay, but at least it's a safe space and it's not open for all and sundry to see, at least initially. So it's a safe and curated space to express thoughts and ideas. We're respectful of different opinions. Fishers are respected as equal participants here. This was actually built as a result of conversations with industry. It's independent, it's apolitical, and importantly, we're trying to be solution-focused and innovative and move things forward. We hope the content is inspiring, relevant and consistent with the achievement of sustainable development outcomes. We choose not to use the word sustainability on its own because that's often considered to be environmental sustainability only. So we very clearly point out that this is about sustainable development. This is the 3 pillars of sustainability that we are interested in. So the desired outcome is innovation, enabling the sustainable development of trawl fisheries and benefits highly valued by society. So we've established this platform. If you go onto Extension Oz, you'll see it sitting there. Feel free to engage with it and see what you like, see what you think. Fishers have expressed enthusiasm for it, but of course you can lead a horse to water, you won't necessarily drink. So it remains to be seen just how strong the industry engagement is. There's only a few articles on the site at this point in time, but we've got a bank of articles that are ready to go. And so one of the things we want to do is ensure that this is when people come on, they sense that it's a live thing. It's not just sitting there. It's not just a repository of information. There's stuff always being poured into it and being updated. So we've pretty much only launched last week, a soft launch, but anyone around the globe can engage. This community could engage with our industry and any other industry from around the world that wants to come in and talk about trawl-related matters. This would be a great place for national reports to be highlighted. Already thinking about pulling some of those reports, summarising them into little articles and putting them on the site. And again, time will tell whether this is going to be successful or not. We appreciate it's a high-risk proposition. Not everybody wants to engage online, but hopefully it'll be sufficiently attractive. There's videos, there's other resources, there's all sorts of things there. So go on, have a look, and certainly appreciate any feedback if you do go and have a look. And I'll leave it there. That's the link, www.extensionoz.com.au. That'll be me.
So Mike will have to hold off on the working group to the next business session if that's all right, because we're running on on time. Is that all right?
When's that, Monday?
We'll try to sneak it in today or on Monday, yeah. Are you going to still be here? Okay. So we'll go ahead and get back into the plenary session with presentations. Valentina is going to kick us back off with indicators. We'll wrap up that session. And just a reminder, I'm going to put this one in here for the next one. Just a reminder, the presenters have 15 minutes. We got to try to stay on schedule. So if you can try to keep your talk to 12 and then 3 with questions, that would be great. All right. Let's do... Good?
And I'll also say that if you take all 15 minutes for your presentation, there won't be any questions.
Yes.
We have 13 presentations, and if we won't let you steal time from the next one and the next one and the next one, or no one will get coffee. So you have 15 minutes for each presentation total.
All right, yes, we have Cecil as the last indicators presentation, and then we have afterwards Paritosh, who bridges us towards the ALDFG session, because as Amparo said yesterday, we are very connected to each other and have a lot of common elements in the way we work. Yes, Cecil, that said, the floor is yours. It's this one, right? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm happy to open the ball of presentations today, and it's my first time at FTFB, so I'm very happy to be here also. My name is Sissel, I should say. I'm a PhD student at the DTU Aqua in Denmark at the section for fisheries technology, and together with the colleagues that are listed up here, we have been testing flexible gear choice. So the presentation that I'll give you today is showing what insights we gained from this study. And first, I'm just going to explain some of the background why we wanted to test a flexible gear choice. So, as I'm sure many of you know, the current management system has some drawbacks. To ensure that we have sustainable fishing activities, we have implemented technical measures as part of many management frameworks across the globe. Today I'm going to focus more on the EU management framework, but it applies to several. It uses technical measures that are split up into input and output measures. In the input group we have these categories related to how fishing activities are conducted, and in the output group we have these 3 categories related to what is actually extracted from the oceans. And this is, in fact, what is really of interest to managers. Like, they are just interested to see what do we actually take out of the sea. But because we have such little knowledge about this today, actually less than 1%, then management needs to focus more on the input regulations. And that is why they increase in complexity and degree of detail, and especially the gear regulations are becoming very, very detailed and complex. And that is causing some negative effects, because this creates a very rigid system that doesn't match with the dynamic nature that fisheries has. it makes it very, very difficult for fishers to adapt to the changes they see in the fishery and to their quotas that are also changing. It gives this very slow process from when a gear idea comes up until it's actually legal to use. And as we just heard, fishers have so many good ideas of how to improve their fisheries and their gears, and this management system has very little room for fishers to test all these innovative ideas. So, yeah, but I hope this is soon going to change. And I think it is, because we have this new thing, or I'm sure also all of you have heard about it, called fully documented fisheries. And with fully documented fisheries, everything will be documented, like all catches will be documented on the vessel with electronic monitoring technology, and then deducted from the quotas. So that is the idea. And these technologies are quite fastly developing at the moment. And I'm sure that this is going to be a part of future fisheries, and I really hope that it will. It would be stupid if it wouldn't. And then we made a recent evaluation of how this would affect this current management system. And this is part of what Jordan presented 2 days ago, where he didn't win me the GoPro camera, but that's okay. So this is just our evaluation of the gear regulations. And when you look at the aims that these regulations actually want to fulfill, then it becomes clear that these will actually be fulfilled just by having fully documented fisheries, except for those aiming to reduce seabed impact. So this means that in this alternative management framework, we can actually simplify this regulatory burden a lot. So therefore we asked ourselves, what would happen if we give fishers free gear choice? And to investigate this, we wanted to do it in a fishery that is becomes very little efficient due to rigid regulations. And we have a very good example of that, which is the fishery for common sole in Denmark. Or our colleagues here made this assessment of the legal gear used to catch common sole in Kattegat. It's also used in Skagerrak and in the Baltic Sea. And this is a mandatory cut-end of 90 millimeters. And our colleagues figured out that this cut-end only retains, or that up to 78% of the marketable sized sole, they escape again through these legal measures. So that makes this fishery very inefficient, and the fishers need to spend a higher effort to catch their quota. So the goal in this free gear trial was to see if, when we give the fishers free gear choice, are they then able to increase the catches of their target species, but also to lower the unwanted catches. So just in general to improve their catch composition. And we did this as an iterative approach where we tested like one change at a time. And the first thing we tried in the first iteration, and that is what I'll explain the findings from here and on the next slides. The first iteration was simply lowering the mesh size to 80 millimeters, because the same colleagues as were on the previous slide made a theoretical fall-through study showing that we could increase the retention of marketable sole with up to 3-fold just from going down in mesh size to 80 millimeters. So that is what we set out to test with 2 commercial fishing vessels. No, that's the next slide. First, I'm going to explain the 2 research questions we had. So first, we wanted to see how this gear change affected the catches of the target species, common sole. And then we wanted to look at how the gear change affected the entire catch composition. And now to the trial setup. So we used 2 commercial fishing vessels in this trial. And they were fishing in the western Baltic Sea, south of the Danish island Funen. They were both fishing with the gears in a paired setup, like other boats trawl in this paired setup you see over here. So they always had the legal 90 millimeter gear on one side and then fishing with the alternative gear on the other side. So in that sense, we could compare management frameworks, so to say. And now to the findings for our research question 1. What was the effect on the target species? Here are a lot of graphs, but these are showing the catch comparison rates to the left and then the catch ratios for sole. If we look at all the vertical lines here, those are the minimum landing size of sole at 24 centimeters. So we can see on vessel 1, we were actually able to increase our catches of marketable sole with up to 16%. So that is quite good, and that was from going down to 80 millimeter meshes. We see the same tendency for the other vessel, but we don't have any significant difference. And that is maybe caused by the fact that we have more wide confidence intervals around our mean due to a very low number of sole caught on this vessel compared to the other one. And the two vessels, they were both following normal commercial fishing practices, but we went out to collect data with them with a month in between. And the season really had something to say about the amount of sole. So when vessel 2 was fishing a bit later than the other, then the amount of sole weren't that high as on the first vessel. So we also saw a 3% increase of undersized sole, which isn't that much. We see the probability down in our indicators is much higher of catching the small sole, but when we take what is actually there, when we take the population into account, it also only results in a 3% increase. We also assessed this for the two most caught species in the fishery, which is European plaice and common depth. And we see that we had a low increase also in European plaice. We had that on both vessels. Yeah, it's a bit annoying here. I turned the graphs around so the vessels are like horizontally. I hope that's okay. For depth, we saw no difference for vessel 1, whereas for vessel 2, we had almost a 50% increase of small depth. And these are, as you see here, caused by the increase in small depth. Depth has no minimum landing size, but these are what the fishers would choose to, not keep. Then we move on to what effect this gear change had on the catch composition. We did that by first splitting up our species, like all the species that were caught in the fishery, up in these 4 categories. And what you should note here, the important thing is that the last red group here is actually not new species. These are just the undersized individuals of the 3 first target species. So these are what the fishers really don't want to catch. But this was the picture that we saw when we assessed the full catch composition in the fishery. You can see this graph. This is a cumulative dominance. And then we have the species listed on the x-axis. And then the colors on this graph corresponds to the colors we had on the previous slide. So what is obvious here is that only 25% of the catches in this fishery is actually the target species. And there's no significant difference as such between the 80 millimeter mesh and the 90 millimeter when you look at the entire composition of the catches. And then the elephant in the room, we had a very high catch of these juvenile plaice and depth. So, to conclude on this whole thing, this first iteration of our free gear trial, we took one step forward, so we were able to increase the catches of marketable sole with these 16%. However, it was also 2 steps back because we realized that this fishery is, the gears that are used doesn't match what is out there and what the fishers want to catch. So, that was a problem. But we continued the free gear trial. We wanted to see if we could actually accommodate this problem and reduce the amount of unwanted catches. So this is, again, the conclusion from the first iteration. Then in the second iteration, that was based on purely the fishers' ideas. They actually didn't, this was before that we had seen it had a good effect on the marketable sole. So then the fishers wanted to test whether 80 millimeter T90 mesh increased the catches of sole more and lowered the amount of unwanted catches. But we saw a similar thing for this gear. So we wanted to try something completely different. How could we, it's really difficult to keep the marketable sizes of sole, because sole is such a more elongated and snake-like, very active fish, whereas depth and place are more wide compared to their length. So this is really a challenge. So we need to separate them. We thought that would be the solution, to separate them using their behavior in the trawl, using this divided cut-end. So that was what we also tried with this incline panel of 120 millimeters, where the hope was that all the place and depth would swim upwards and end up in the upper compartment, and the sole would be more active and react to this 120 millimeter incline panel and then end up in the lower compartment. We had 80 millimeters in both, but then the idea would be that we increase the mesh size in the upper compartment to the juvenile place and depth escape, and then keep the sole. But we didn't really get any good results from this, and this was just, we went out with the fishers and saw what happened, whether the fisher was satisfied, and we didn't reach any point where we were. But we hope to continue this trial, and that we can develop further on this. If you have any ideas of how to do this, then you're more than welcome. And that was it. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Cecil. Is this on?
Is it on? I don't know.
Thank you, Cecil. We have used all the time, so I invite you to find Cecil during the coffee break and ask all your burning questions. I'm sure there are plenty, but we continue now, and I pass the floor to Amparo. Kelsey? No? Who's the moderator? Thank you. Yeah, please. Because I think we put it. In your folder, if I understand correctly. Yes. Okay. Yes. We have Paritosh, who has this. You have seen his beautiful indicators picture already. You have it? Yeah. Yes. So Paritosh, take the floor. I'm not sure if it's on.
Testing. Okay. So following on from Valentina's excellent, diverse round of indicators, we're still talking about indicators, everyone. And if you thought all of the indicators that we've heard of so far are diverse, we look forward to having Paritosh. Yeah, everyone, we want to give our full attention to Paritosh, who's going to share about indicators dedicated to fishing gear management, particularly from a sense of sustainability and circular management of gears. And we coupled this under the ALDFG section because essentially considerations for circularity and management is a key prevention mechanism to avoid ALDFG from occurring in the first place, or if it does occur, I'll remember to speak slowly, thank you. And when it does occur, how to responsibly manage it at its end of life. So over to Paritosh.
Thank you, Kelsey. Happy to be here. And as Kelsey said, I'm not a fisher myself. I'm more of a environmental systems analyst and resource economist. So I'll look at this particular problem based on that perspective. So the topic I'm talking about today is multi-stakeholder perspective for sustainable and circular management of fishing gears, a case from Norway. And I have to take this chance again because I don't think it is going to happen ever again that I'm talking about Norway on 17. Mai. So gratulerer med dagen to those coming from Norway. Yes, so talking about ALDFG, we all know that ALDFG is a big problem and it has been expanding over past few years. Many in the ALDFG session will definitely cover this, but the continuing research shows that ALDFG is among the most threatening fraction of marine litter that is entering in the oceans. I'm not saying that it's okay to send out or throw your single-use plastics in the water, but ALDFG is particularly dangerous because it causes entanglement, navigational hazards, and ghost fishing. which is not likely with other marine plastic fractions. Not only marine life, also terrestrial life is seen to have endangered from ALDFG-related problems. This is a picture that you see from Runde Bird Sanctuary in Norway, where you can see the green and yellow-orange fibers. They are nothing but the fibers coming out of the ropes or fishing gears, discarded fractions of fishing gear. And their abundance is so much in our ecosystem that birds have started to use these fibers to create their habitats, and slowly and steadily plastic is entering in their food web and whatnot. Not only that, in Norway, a research from IMR Bergen showed that if you look at the different continental or different marine ecosystem areas, including plains and beaches and fjords, etc., or marine valleys, fishing gear and associated waste dominates in almost all the environments over there. That means we need to have immediate attention towards this particular problem if we want to manage this. When we talk about management, first and foremost thing that we need is data or information. Without information, you cannot act, there is no decision making possible without evidences. So this particular project where I'm going to present about is Shift Plastic, which is this project had 30 actors, 30 participants from industry, academia, and different parts of the value chain of fishing and aquaculture value chains. And our objective was to how to achieve sustainable and circular economic management of difficult plastic fractions from fishing and aquaculture in Norway. As I said, data is needed, so we started with creating that sort of information. And for that, we used material flow analysis as a tool with the objective of mapping the life cycle processes of 6 dominantly used commercial fishing gears in Norway, including trawls, purse seines, Danish seines, gill nets, long lines, and traps, with the aim to assess average annual purchase, repair, and disposal frequencies of these gears, what is the quantity of plastic entering in the ocean as ALDFG from commercial fishing activities, and what are the annual quantities of plastic polymers collected after end of life. The last part is especially important if you want to talk about recycling and circular economy policies for collected waste. So data collection method was, it took me almost 2 to 3 years to collect the data, and then we created multiple iterations of it. For getting the data from purchase phase, we got data from 8 major fishing gear producers or suppliers in Norway. In use phase, we contacted 140 commercial fishing companies from southern to northern parts of Norway, both including coastal and deep water fishing vessels. And for end of life, we contacted Norwegian Directorate of Fisheries, Fishing for Litter, Hold Norge Rent, beach cleanup operations, for example, and 13 waste management companies to understand what do they do when they receive waste from fishing sector. So just to show how it looks like, the aggregated data from producers, we asked them what is the typical composition of fishing gears. Surprisingly, many of them weren't aware of this in 2016. And what is the average weight per unit gear. You can see the weight range varies quite a lot, and this weight is about plastics, not anything else. And from Fisher's knowledge, what we got is we learned about annual purchase patterns, annual repair frequencies, typical lifespan of selected gears, annual rate of fishing gear loss in the ocean, and how fishers dispose their fishing gears. You can see on the right, there are some graphics of how the data was interpreted that was obtained from fishers. The topmost sites, you can see that trawls, purse seines, Danish seines, the most expensive gears, fishers go on extent to continue to repair them, and there are several repair facilities also available in the region where they could get it repaired. Whereas traps, gill nets, and long lines are not repaired often. Same with the disposal patterns. The cheaper gears such as gill net, long lines, and traps are disposed more often and with larger volumes as compared to trawls and purse seines. Similarly, the rate of fishing gear loss in the ocean during operation, you can see long lines and traps, almost 4 to 5% of the traps are lost every year by the commercial fishers in Norway. The rate of trap loss is feared to be extremely high for recreational fisheries, but that research is still underway. And in terms of trawls, even though 3% of trawls, you can see that, but that is majorly fishers reported that they don't lose the entire gear. They typically lose the cord end part of the trawl or associated ropes, for example. So all this data from gear cleanup operations, waste management companies, fishing companies, and producers, we coupled it to material flow analysis, which looks like this. On the left-hand side, you see around 2,600 tons of plastics entering in the system in the form of purchased gears, whereas Norwegian fishers lose almost 380 tons every year during operation. The recovery initiatives from beach cleanup operations or the fishing gear retrieved from fishing for litter or Norwegian Directorate of Fisheries cumulatively is around 100 tons, leaving behind almost 300 tons of plastic only from commercial fishing activities in Norway. When you collect all these end-of-life fishing gears, what happens to that? We also studied that, how much is sent to incineration, what happens to the recycling and so on, and that study is available there. So these key indicators that emerged out of this study is what is the rate of gear loss, also mass and unit based. I'll come back to that. Repair pattern, disposal patterns, and recycling rates, and also efficiency of the collection operations. So key mass flows in snippets. The aquaculture work is still under preparation, but you can see that aquaculture is almost 10 times as high as fishing in Norway. Whereas if you look at the ropes, we collect almost 2,600 tons of ropes at end of life in Norway. Why this data is important? The end of life collection, because if you want to start a recycling company, you need to know how much quantity are we talking about. So this particular assessment gives you analysis on what sort of quantities are we talking about from fishing and aquaculture section. Then we further moved on to develop some new indicators because we know what is the catch in tons used by this data is publicly available on Norwegian Fishery Directorate, Norwegian Directorate of Fisheries website, and we compared based on our information. We know around 130 tons of trawls are lost, around 19 tons of purse seines are lost in terms of plastic mass, and we tried to calculate what is the gear effectiveness of different fishing gears. So if you look at the lost fishing gears per catch, that gives you kg of plastic lost per ton of catch by that particular gear. And you see that traps are among the worst performing fishing gears, where you lose almost 3.6 kilos of plastics per ton of catch that you get from the traps. And same is the case with long lines and Danish seines. About mass-based and unit-based loss, why it is important? Well, mass-based data is important for those who want to study marine plastic pollution, marine ecology, and then macroplastic, whereas unit-based data is important for those who want to study entanglements, ghost fishing, etc. If you look at it from the mass-based perspective, trawls and Danish seines look extremely dangerous, but if you want to see the ghost fishing potential or the threat that we call about, then long lines and traps are among the worst performing fishing gears. Then we moved on to assess recyclability. What about if we want to, now we know almost 8,000 tons of fishing gears are collected at the end of life. Then we created this compound scoring method based on material composition, technology readiness, and recycling technology. George will give more detailed interpretation on what mechanical and chemical recycling is. So I'll not go into that detail. So what happens over here is we asked recyclers in the region and producers in the region to rank different rope types, the 15 rope types that are available in the Norwegian market, to assess whether they are made up of homogeneous polymer, heterogeneous polymer, or with other material. The ranking, we use traffic signal analogy to assess whether if it is scored 3 to 4, it is recyclable, and if it is scored more, then it is recyclable with intervention or non-recyclable. The study gave these sorts of results. Out of 15 commonly used rope types in Norway, only 4 of them are easiest to recycle. And out of those that are easiest to recycle, we recycle only less than 5% of the recyclable fractions. So we have a long way to go if we want to achieve circularity in any shape or form in terms of commercial fisheries in Norway. We did something similar for assessing which is the most sustainable end-of-life management for different fishing gears in terms of technical, environmental, social, and economic criteria. And we realized that long lines and traps are among the most difficult fractions to recycle or create any value upon end of life. So I'm not talking a lot about recycling, but recycling is possible. The polyethylene and polypropylene fractions can be mechanically recycled into pellets that can be used in any injection or extrusion molding, whereas polyacetylene, which is nylon, is chemically recycled into different products. George will cover that in his presentation. But recycling is not one-off attempt. You can easily create brands and then bands or shoes or some goggles, but that is not an industrial solution. We are dealing with 8,000 tons of plastics only in Norway. What to do with that? We need circular business models if we want to go anywhere near solving this problem. And then we created new indicators, more simplistic, to understand what are the pitfalls if we want to realize business model or economy in these circular options. So the clear detrimental factors right now is getting the waste from harbors to the recycling facilities. Supply chain is minimal in Norway due to the geography. Ease of recycling is low because most of the waste is mixed, and policy drivers are also minimal. I'm just summarizing finally that ALDFG and end-of-life fishing gears are transboundary problem. So if it is a case study of Norway, doesn't really matter because the oceans are connected. Lost fishing gears can transverse everywhere. Consequences of mismanagement, end-of-life fishing gears, and recovered LDFG are understudied. If we recover them, what happens to that? We still don't know. There are very few studies talking about that. Long lines and traps are the most challenging gear types for circular management perspective, so some sort of gear design improvements could go there. And we need pragmatic and compound indicators if we want to solve this problem in an industrial level. Partnerships with resource users such as fishers, it has been discussed a lot in this conference, producers, recyclers is extremely important if you want to solve this problem systemically. Academicians or fishers alone, no one can do it alone. Sustainable circularity is dynamic and inclusive process, so we have to take one step at a time. We cannot say that, oh, just ban the plastic, ban the long line, ban the traps. It is not going to solve the problem. These intensive solutions will just create more barriers in the system than more inclusive participation. We have to remember that goal number 17 is the only way to go if we want to solve this wicked problem. All these studies are published. If you want any, have any detailed insights, you can just read through them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Paratosh. That was perfect for 15 minutes, but we're all up, so I'll call Dr. Haraldur Einarsson here. And we do have a coffee break, so we're looking forward to getting through as many presentations as possible and make sure that you have all of your presentations for in the coffee break. Yeah, we'll go right to you here. And we'll do presenting. Well done. Yes. Here. Okay. So welcome, Hallie. Many of you know him.
Okay, I will not sing now, so to save the time. Good day, everyone, again. I'm going to tell you here about the FAO Global ALDFG survey. We have a small team inside FAO working on this. I am one of them. Haraldur is my name. Our team leader, Amparo here. Kelsey is with us as well. Eros is mentioned here. He is not in the meeting here now, but this small team is working on this all. So outline of the presentation I will give here, I will briefly go over the background, the strength of the survey and the main workflow. I will give you a little bit look into the under the blanket of the results coming, which we have, and the coverage and the participation already now today. So you all have heard about the key concerns in this matter. It is the fishery-driven plastic pollution. Plastic debris is recorded in all oceans. Widespread coast gear creases, entanglement and habitat damages, gear loss cost and safety hazard. And we probably could make this list longer. And there's a huge knowledge gap. And the reason is no country, not your country even, have knowledge about how much fishing gear is used in the country at each time. There is no one who is marking the fishing gear in proper way or having a registered system on how many fishing gears are in use at each time. Every country herein knows exactly how many cars are on the streets and who is the owner on the car. And when it is taken off the street, where it is going when it is disposed. And the cars are in number far higher than the world fishing gear in use. Have that in mind. So we need to fill out this knowledge gap. And you can see here a very short text. This is a 50 years old text. And from this 50 years old text have been recalculated a number which have been referenced to quite often. 640,000 tons annually from the fishing fleet. There are even steamboats used in this reference here. And the fishing gear, if anyone knows it, it's this group. Was it the same this time as today? Absolutely not. So not use this reference, please. FAO have been asked to fill this gap. COFI requested that FAO would address this and to find out how much it might be. It was handed over to this team we have here, Jon Lansley, Amparo, Pingo He, and me. We started to make this questionnaires 2019, which we have since developed. Kelsey joined us later on, and more people. So here we are. Okay, we have here the flow chart, how we are working. This is a quite simple thing. We have 4 boxes here. The first thing is only the contact. Either we contact someone in any country to participate with us, or any country contact to us. Then we need to have some formality in the beginning. We need to determine how much sample size is needed to do the survey. We might need to translate the survey to correct language, because the fishermen are not English speaking. We have a training for the interviewer. That's because we are running in that way that we have an interviewer going in the field, talking and asking the fishermen for the answers, filling out the form, and put in our data portal later. So it's not like sending it out to the fishermen and they fill everything out. We need an interviewer who is trained to do the work. If it is translated, it will look like this. You can see here a screenshot of how it looked like. This is based on a 9 identical but gear-specific questionnaires. Of course, as you know here in this group, gear types are very different. So we need to have a specific, we need to change the questions for trolls and long lines, of course. After the survey is done in each area or country, We go through a verification process because there's always some mistakes and errors and things like that, and we are dealing with outliers and things like that, and we try to address those things. When everything is in order, we hand over to those who is working with us full data set on requested format, often Excel, or if it is an R user, it can be in that format as well. Not only that, we give out as well a country report which we are not publishing. It is with aggregated data from some of the questions and some main outcomes with a map, risk assessment, and main outcomes. This is kind of a kickstart for those who are working with us. They get the report which we are not publishing, but they can use it for their own publication with mentioning our working into it and go deeper in this, because this is a 50 questions and there are integration between all those questions, so it can be really analyzed very deep. So until now, we have 15 countries who have been working with us. Almost none of the countries which are here in this room right now. So we have been being here around, and we have ongoing survey right now. We have started in Uganda. We are ongoing now in Brazil, Guyana, Barbados, and Suriname. And today, there are few other countries in discussion about to start possibly this year. Now, let's look under the blankets and what is coming out. This is from all the countries we have already in our database. Did I mention it in this, that we have actually asked over 4,000 fishermen already in our database, so it's quite many. But we need much more. Here you can see kind of one of the way to look at the data. This is from average from one vessel, surrounding nets, seine nets, trawls, gill nets, pot and traps, and hook and lines. And you can see there is this average is as a dot here, but the confidence interval is quite high. By bootstrapping it with a simple bootstrap method, we can narrow it down and get some outcome of this. Like it looked like here, it's about 300 kilo of static gears lost annually from this data set we have here. But when you have done the survey in your country, you can compare it to the world. Where is your country account to this? Are you with a higher loss in your gear types, or is it lower, significantly or not? We can as well go here over to a different method to look at it, to look at this as a plastic emission from each gear by 1 kilo of cuts, because we ask the fishermen how much they are catching at average by each trip they go at sea and how many trips they go at sea over 1 year. So this is an emission, plastic emission. As you can see, the surrounding net dropped down to almost nothing. Of course, they have a huge cuts, so the emission by cuts is very low there. We still have higher cuts in the static gear, and when we bootstrap it to have a better outcome and take the outliers a little bit out, you can see that this seems to be around 100 gram per kilo of cuts, where the pot and traps are highest. This can be break down more deeply by subtype of fishing gears, by type of the target species, by the size of the vessels, by area you are working on, and so on and so on. So, and these numbers will change when we have the data from your countries. We have risk assessment, which I think can be very helpful to address where the problem is. We have a lot of questions where we have in parts where we are asking about the causes and the practices, and here is an example how we can visualize it. It's from a publication coming out lately where we was working with India. And when you have something like this in picture or in a table, you can compare to the old numbers you have here from all the other countries we have already collected. I'm not showing the confidence intervals here into this, but when you have done this in your country, you can compare it if you are higher or lower for each of the problems. So our goal is trying to cover as much as we can of the world. We need to color this big map there all green. You see the missing gaps in red. Where is your country? And more detail, we have the gear types, we need to have them as well covered as much as possible for each gear type. So, we need you. Hello. We need you to work with us. And, okay, I know you are all very, very, very busy. And you might not be able to work like this. However, you can help us. Contact relevant NGOs in your countries, relevant institutes, universities, or even point it to a PhD student to work. This is excellent for PhD students as a part of the work of plastic problem. And you can take a part of the fishery in the country or one gear type or something like that. Point them to this is a link to our site with more information about this, and contact us, Amparo, Kelsey, or me, or us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ali. In interest of time, we would love to chat with you all more about these surveys, but we're going to go straight to our next presenter, and then we'll see if we have time for questions after her presentation. But this is Ms. Raju, and we'll go from a global perspective of all major gear types for the entire world to looking at a very focused consideration of the impacts of plastics on trawl fisheries. And so I'll get your presentation.
Hello everyone, my name is Sharanya Raju. I'm from Nagasaki University, Japan. I'm also one of the 51 first-time attendees, and of course I am little bit nervous, but I am very happy to be a part of this conference in this year, and I wish to extend my quick thanks to all organizers and my supervisor for providing me this opportunity. So, unlike the previous presenters, I will be talking about the impact of marine plastic debris on trawl fishery. More specifically, it's about the impact of this debris on trawl selectivity. So as we know, marine debris is a serious threat to our aquatic ecosystem, which impact organisms as well as ecosystems. And we can find these debris on beaches and floating in the water, as well as on seafloor. And this seafloor debris is often unnoticed, but it has several impact, not only ecological, but also it causes problems for the fisheries. Especially when it comes to bottom trawl net, which directly interact with this kind of debris during its operation and lead to the commercial, operational and economic challenges for this fishery. Moreover, studies have found that this plastic debris can block the selectivity grid of the trawl net, thereby it leads to the loss of commercial catch. And also later in 2020, another study gives the possibility that the debris may block the trawl net meshes, thereby preventing the escape of smaller fish from the trawl net. And despite these observational studies, there remains a significant gap on the quantitative research on how these marine debris impact the trawl net selectivity by preventing the small fish escape. So our objective was to examine how marine benthic debris affect the fish escape and cordon selectivity of trawl net. So we were conducting a marine debris survey in Tachibana Bay, which is located in the western side of Nagasaki Prefecture, Japan, and by using two small coastal trawlers of gross tonnage 4.9 GRT and an engine power of 15 horsepower. The fishing net used were bottom beam trawl net with a total length of 22.7 meters and a beam length of 12 meters. The fishing operations were usually at the depth of 30 to 60 meters. And while analyzing these debris, we found several organisms trapped inside the debris. So in order to find its impact on gear selectivity, we conducted this selectivity experiment on October 2024 in the same study area, Tachibana Bay, and by using one of the same trawler used for collecting the marine debris. We did 7 tows with an average speed of 2 knots and a duration of 1.42 hours. And the 4 among the 7 tows were experimental tow, in which we added 5 plastic bags inside the trawl net. And this 5 number here represent the maximum number of debris we collected per hole during the previous marine debris collection survey. And 3 control tows were also conducted. And in order to collect the fishes, those are small fishes, those are escaping from the cordon, we attach a cover net of 20.2 mm as shown in this picture. And for the analysis, we considered 2 statistical models. First one was the logistic model, which assumed that all the fish inside the trawl net can interact with the mesh and escape. And the second model were contact probability model, which assumed some of the fish cannot interact with the mesh because of this marine debris. And the portion of the fish that can interact with the mesh here represented as P, and the portion that cannot interact with the debris mesh because of the debris as 1 minus P. And all the parameter estimation and model selections were based on ICES manual and Miller's selectivity software. So here comes the findings. During the marine debris survey, we could collect 1,249 pieces of debris of more than 45 kilograms. And among that, plastic was found to be the dominant by both its number and weight. And among the plastic waste, plastic bags such as the carry bags and food packets were found to be dominant. And we know that this is not a huge number when compared to the studies conducted globally and even in Japanese waters. Maybe it is because of the commendable action of the fishermen of Tachibana Bay who voluntarily collect these debris by code during their fishing operation and brought it back to the port. So maybe this, thereby it balances the recruitment of the debris of the water. And as mentioned before, we found several organisms found trapped inside the debris, and which include 250 organisms of 23 identified species, such as fishes, mollusks, and crustaceans. Also, our analysis revealed a positive correlation between the total number of plastic debris collected over the 2-year period of study and the total number of bycatch, suggesting that an increasing number of debris in the cordon lead to an increasing number of bycatch also. And here comes the selectivity result. There were 17,056 individuals and 54 identified species collected during the selectivity experiment, of which we have chosen 3 small-bodied species of Metapenopsis barbata, Acropoma japonicum, and Nucicula nutalis for the selectivity analysis. And this graph here shows the length frequency distribution of the individuals caught in the cordon and covernet of both the experimental and control toe. And you can see here in the experimental toe with the dark blue color, there are more number of individuals in the cordon of the experimental toe with plastic bag than that of the cordon of control toe. And this is the estimated result, and here we used AIC values for choosing the better fit model. The model with lower AIC value were chosen as the better fit. And in case of experimental toe, contact probability model were found better fit for all the 3 species, and in control toe, logistic model were found better fit. And finally, the selectivity curve, which clearly shows the impact of marine debris on selectivity. You can see the retention probability of individuals in both the experimental toe with black solid line and the control toe with the dotted line. And you can see the retention probability of small individuals in control toe is nearly 0 for both Metapanopsis barbata and Acropoma japonicum. However, it's about 40% or more than 50% when it comes to experimental toe with plastic bags. But in case of Nucicula nutalis, the uniform retention probability were observed for the small individuals. It may be because of the schooling and swimming pattern of these individuals inside the trawl net. So when discussing with our other studies suggesting that the organisms are either being trapped by the marine debris, which restrict their movement inside the trawl net, or are being preventing from escaping because of the marine debris are blocking the trawl net meshes. And this leads to the more number of individuals in the experimental toe than that of the control toe, then thereby affecting the trawl net selectivity. And the previous study is supporting our report, which observed using video cameras and found that the selectivity grids are being blocked by the plastic debris and impair the gear selectivity. However, our analysis, we hope our analysis, the first one, reported quantitatively this kind of impact on trawl gear selectivity. So in conclusion, we reported the often unnoticed impact of marine debris on demersal megafauna, and this marine debris prevent the smaller organism escape and thereby increases the bycatch of individuals in the cordon. And this trapped small organism inside the trawl net alters the cordon selectivity. So just before I wrap up, our presentation is now available online. You can have a look at it. And that's all about it. Thank you so much for your time and attention. And before concluding, I would also like to thank the fishermen and staff of our Nagasaki Tachibana Fisheries Cooperative, as well as all the members of our fishing technology laboratory, and as well as the funding agency. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. That was a really interesting and different presentation, I think, than many of the typical ALDFG presentations that I see, so something fresh. We do have time for questions, so if anyone has a question, we can take a couple questions now. Maybe raise your hand. Okay.
Thank you for the talk, very, very interesting. I think, if I see properly, the fish are very small. They're 4 centimeters, no? They're very small, no? Are they mature or are they all immature? Do you know?
They are usually the small bodied fishes.
Ah, so that's their size.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Saranya. very important and very easily neglected topic. I'd like to ask actually more to the group whether anyone has any experience. This plastics blocking the grids is, I think, not being stressed enough, even though the grid studies are quite common. Is that us who faced this problem all on ourselves in the Eastern Mediterranean, or is the problem existing in some other areas? And if so, is there any preventive methods that's being tested or being considered? So, sorry, so the question is not directly to you. Well, you may not have enough experience to answer this, but I think that is quite important. Yeah. Before testing any grids, I think we need to have a potential survey of existence of the plastics blocking these grids. This problem was huge in the Eastern Mediterranean, and after we discovered that, we kind of dropped testing grids in the area, at least in Mersin Bay, because it would not be practical at all. So anyone who has experience in having the plastic problem or having a potential solution to this problem is, I think, would be very useful to share in the group. Thank you.
It's a question. Yeah. Okay. I think in case of Japan, they are not using any kind of grids in TrollNet, but other part of area where they are using grids must face this kind of problems as well as the blocking of meshes. But we can have a look at the future perspective and how to avoid this kind of impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much again, and an excellent presentation. Okay, next I'm very happy to introduce Ms. Faye Reed here, and I think this is a perfect presentation to precede her presentation. We've learned about the impacts to the nets, to the fisheries themselves, and Faye will share with us a bit about the characterization of what is actually being found in the benthos in a very specific given area. So over to Faye.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for having me here today. I'm very grateful for this opportunity. So my name is Faye Reed. I come from the University of Plymouth in the UK. I have recently just completed my undergraduate degree, and today I'm going to be presenting my research project, which is titled Characterizing Benthic Macroplastics, Degradation, Pervasiveness and Pathways. So the seafloor is hypothesized to be the largest macroplastic sink, with over 70% of the microplastic entering the marine environment annually hypothesized to reside on the seafloor. However, due to the historic inaccessibility of the benthic environment, the characterization of benthic macroplastic litter is still very much in its infancy in comparison to, say, beach litter. Current studies have predominantly focused on the categorization of benthic macroplastic litter, rather than moving further into laboratory analysis. This has created knowledge gaps that potentially pose risks to benthic ecosystems and potentially fishes that operate over the seafloor. This study aims to fill some of those knowledge gaps by not only categorizing the litter that I retrieved, but also taking it into further laboratory analysis. So to collect my samples, I collaborated with commercial trawl fisheries, which collected samples 6 miles off of the west coast of Cornwall. So the trawler was out for about 8 days at a time, covering approximately 400 miles of seafloor per sample set. So I collected a total of 6 sample sets within this study. By collaborating with the fishers, this study was provided with consistent representative samples of benthic macroplastic litter. When I retrieved the samples from the fishers, I did categorize them into the following categories: plastic packaging, plastic homeware, so but plastic homeware, ALDFG, and plastic and plastic miscellaneous. So plastic miscellaneous was anything that was either too degraded to confidently identify, or was just something that I didn't believe fit into the previous categories. So this was the study area that they exclusively retrieved my samples from. So the bathymetry within this area is highly variable, although the samples were mainly caught from about 60 to 120 meters deep. So commercial fisheries are highly prevalent within this area, predominantly trawlers. But this area has also historically facilitated the movement of commercial ferries, as highlighted by those blue dashed lines, and cargo ships and tankers, as well as continued military activities within this area. This area has also historically seen quite a lot of cargo spills, which notably was the 1998 historic cargo spill of the Tokyo Express, as highlighted, not very well, but by a gold star in amongst the blue lines. So why I point these anthropogenic activities out, other than fishing, will be relevant to my discussion later. So to move on then to the laboratory analysis of these samples, so I first used X-ray fluorescent spectrometry, or XRF, to understand to determine the elemental composition and chemical signatures of the samples. I then moved on to Fourier transform infrared spectrometry, or FTIR, to understand the polymer composition and thus the buoyancy of the samples. However, quite a big problem with the infrared technology is that it's not always the best at determining the spectral fingerprint of, say, weathered samples, as you're comparing weathered samples to basically brand new polymer types. So to overcome these noisy spectra that we were getting, as shown by the one that I've put on screen, again, not very clear, I apologize, we used the XRF chemical signatures. So if an XRF reading told us that one sample contained, say, a lot of antimony, we were like, okay, that is probably polyethylene terephthalate, or PET. So to move on to the results then, the most abundant litter category that we did identify was plastic packaging, with that comprising about 43% of our total samples. This could reflect the spatial correlation between previously mentioned anthropogenic activities, and it underscores the ongoing poor sea-based waste disposal practices within the area. Conversely, ALDFG was the least abundant category within the study, comprising only 6% of the total samples analysed. This does not align with previous studies that have done something similar to me, where they have found ALDFG to be one of, if not the most abundant category that they have identified. This may reflect the improved regional gear disposal practices by the fishers, or the valuable contribution that initiatives such as Fishing for Litter have offered. Or this could be due to the predominant fishing methods within this area. As mentioned previously, it's mainly trawlers, which may not have as high a gear loss rate as other fishing mechanisms. So to move on then to the polymer composition and buoyancy of my samples, they were mainly found to be negatively buoyant, as shown by the stacked bar chart on the left, which compares the polymer compositions to the seawater density. The most abundantly found was PET, which was, as shown by the bar chart, was the most abundantly found. PET could probably be attributed to the sheer abundance of plastic packaging that we recovered. So why does buoyancy and polymer composition matter? Well, as the litter is negatively buoyant, it's likely just to stay on the seafloor and not be subjected to like UV radiation that would degrade it. This means that it's more likely to come into contact with operational fishing gear, taking up catch capacity, meaning that fish is going to have to spend way more time cleaning their nets before they can be reused, or also just lead to the abundance of AFDFG in the area by, again, gear being damaged by contacting this litter. So to move on then to the chemical composition identified by the XRF of the litter. So some potentially hazardous chemicals were identified. As shown, we have lead and cadmium, which could be a bit of a problem for fish, as these litter items are staying on the seabed for a long period of time, potentially leaching these chemicals out to benthic organisms, raising into question the food safety of seafood. Moving on from that, they could also pose a risk to the fishers that are having to handle this potentially hazardous elements, as is quite well known, lead and cadmium have a lot of array of different health impacts to people if they're highly ingested. But I think it's important to mention that the bioavailability of said microplastic and these associated chemicals isn't that great until they break down to microplastics, but as we know, they will eventually break down, so this is still worth mentioning. So to move on then to the actual pathways that we did identify and the interaction of species, yes, ALDFG was not the most abundantly seen. However, I think it is still important to raise the others that were the most abundant pathways. So on your right, there's some pictures of these hosepipe attachments. This links back to the historic cargo spill I mentioned earlier within the area. So along with over 4 million pieces of marine-themed Lego pieces, that cargo ship also lost a range of plastic home items, including these hosepipes. As you can see, apart from a bit of biofouling, they're pretty much in good shape for almost being 30 years old and not, they've been on the sea that entire time. So that does kind of emphasize the longevity of benthic microplastic litter and how they pose a risk. I'll also move on to these sonobuoys, which are these white tubes. They are from military activities, so they're used in anti-submarine warfare. These were found every single trawl we did. The fishers I collaborated with also said that they find these so much. They are comprised of electrical components, plastic and metal, and also have these plastic floats on top of them. As shown in the photo on the left, there is a boarfish trapped in one of these floats. This was quite a common sight, but yet nothing really in literature has highlighted the potential hazard of said equipment. So it is important that we raise this within literature. So to conclude then, I think it is important to highlight a potential limitation, that the fact that I used a trawler to collect my litter, you do have some issues with selectivity. Obviously, some of the litter might have been caught within the net, but then been filtered through. So maybe my study isn't that representative of the litter that actually might be in the area. However, I think to build upon my study, I think it's important that future research should prioritise the continued laboratory analysis of benthic macroplastic litter to broaden our understanding of the issue, and also to enhance the representativeness of the samples we're collecting. So by doing that is collaborating with fishers that are covering a large area of seafloor and really strengthening and encouraging that relationship between this study and fishermen. And yeah, that is everything. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Faye. Perfectly timed, super interesting. Again, another topic that's quite fresh, and I think it really highlights the value and the importance of fishers of also being stewards for these environments and picking up this gear and working with scientists to learn more about this important issue and how it affects them as well. So are there any questions? We have time for a couple questions. Okay.
Thank you very much. It was an excellent presentation. Really enjoyed it. And it's nice to see science diversifying within this group into sort of baseline chemistry work and understanding what materials are actually out there. Mm-hmm. You spoke about whether your study was representative of fishing debris that could be out there. Have you thought, as you've probably picked up over the last few days, fishing can be very area dependent.
Yes.
And so that will lead to a diversity in what gears are left behind. Mm-hmm. Have you thought of expanding and covering different type of habitats?
Yeah,
to look into that?
We have given that a lot of thought. Obviously, this was my undergraduate project, so I was very limited to the fact that I had about 6 months to do this. I had one trawler and one area to do. However, I want to continue this project further, so we're talking about broadening our area to other parts of Cornwall and then the Irish Sea, going up to Scotland as well, and also using data from other countries through comparative analysis. So it is very important that we do continue to be like, okay, we don't find a lot of fishing gear here, but that doesn't mean that's the case for everywhere in England. So I hope that answers.
Oh no, absolutely, that's excellent. So this was just an undergrad project?
Yeah, this was my dissertation
really
project.
So very well done.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much for your presentation. Actually, it's not going to be a question. I'm Gökhan Gökçe from Turkey. We are collecting marine litter data since 2019. I'm thinking about the terminology of marine litter, which doesn't belong to marine. It comes from the land, but we call it marine litter. I think so. The problem of shows from the marine, but the problem comes from the land. So I don't like this terminology. So I think we need to use different terminology instead of the marine litter.
Yeah. No.
So during our data collection program, we saw that the marine litter comes from land and also from the other ships for commercial vessels. They dump everything to the marine and ocean. So at the result of this activity, fishermen becomes garbage men of the sea. They collect all these litters and they bring them to the land. They try to clean their commercial fields, commercial fishing grounds. Thank you very much.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm very aware of that. Obviously, the fishers that I've worked with, they've been like, this isn't our litter, but we're still having to collect it. It's still damaging our nets. So it was still very much a land-based as much as a sea-based issue. But I think it is important to highlight that a lot of the plastic we are getting is still coming from sea-based sources, like vessels that are coming into the area and the commercial ferries as well. There is no real legislation that stops people from dumping plastic into the sea. Obviously, it's very hard to govern that. So, yeah, I think it is still important to categorize stuff as marine-based as well as terrestrial-based, if that makes sense. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much again, and we look forward to the topic.
So while Kelsey tries to find my presentation, I'm just going to start to introduce myself. Hello, my name is Georg. I talked to you yesterday. Work for Hambijan, and I'm going to talk sort of like as a follow-up very much to some of my previous speakers, especially to Paritosh, about the recycling pathways and circularity efforts that are undertaken, especially in Northern Europe, by the industry. Any success? So I brought some props that will come in handy later. Some props. Some things to show.
Oh, sorry, wrong one. I got my things mixed up. Thank you.
Next time. I was also reminded that I forgot to do a little dance yesterday. I was supposed to do a little dance, Jordan told me, but forgot that. So unfortunately, we don't have time for that today. All right. I'm just going to give a quick sort of like perspective in the industry and people that attended the No Free Lunches event last year. They will probably know about Hambijan a bit because I gave a small introduction there. We're a global company making fishing gear and aquaculture equipment with points of sales and production facilities all around the world. There's one dot missing in India, where we just recently this year acquired a big polyethylene producer. Just a quick hands up here. Who in this room would say they're really well versed in the polymers that make up and the physical properties of fishing gear? Like, who thinks they know about the chemical properties of what fishing gear is actually made of? What? Okay, so I thought there would at least be like 2 or 3 hints. Never mind. So what we do is sort of like we buy raw materials, we buy the filaments of all kinds of material types, but largely polyethylene and polyamides, and we make them into all kinds of products, from ropes to netting, and then those materials are assembled into trawls, into aquaculture cages, and then we also provide service for these materials that we're selling. My focus personally is the end-of-life value chain, and I'm just going to briefly use prop number 1. this in this plastic bag. So when we talk about end-of-life value chain, and this is maybe because this is an ALDFG topic, we're not talking about this. I found this on the beach here on my very first day here. That's a nylon netting, knotless nylon from probably some trawler from some reason. That's not what we talk about the end-of-life value chain. Because end-of-life, this has absolutely no value. This is garbage, and probably it should not be in the sea. It should be in some collection facility, but you can't do anything with it. End-of-life value chain, we're talking about how can we collect the material when it actually reaches the end of its life, so when the fisherman doesn't want to use it anymore, when he can't use it anymore, when it's completely falling apart. How can we ship it to a facility that has the capacity to dismantle it and or recycle it? And how can we then look at, if we dismantle a fishing gear back into its base components that it's made of, how can we then introduce circularity into these materials? How can we reuse them into the fishing industry? Because Paritosh talked about what's already happening now with the injection molding, and I'll go into this in a bit, but we really want to go the full circular way to take the virgin plastics out of the equation. And a bit sort of like, since I saw no show of hands, so I'm going to do a tiny lecture about polymer recycling and the different polymers that we are using. So we're probably not going to have a quiz on this one, but at least sort of so you get a basic understanding of what the challenges are of dealing with this. So you have your polyamides, your nylon, your PA, they have different names, but usually it's the white stuff in the fishing gear. So polyamides are really universally used for their high strength applications, and because they're also soft and malleable, so they can be used. They have a very multiple use of applications. Fairly expensive fiber though, but they're widely used. So they can be recycled mechanically by shredding them. So you take the fibers, you shred them, you clean them to a certain extent, and then you melt and re-extrude those fibers. The issue there is you don't get the contaminants out, and for reintroducing fiber production, like using dirty fibers into like making new high-strength fibers. I don't know if you've seen an extruder. He usually extrudes kilometers of fiber at a time, and one single sand corn will break a fiber. That means the entire machine will come to a stop, and your production run of several hours, up to like an entire day's shift, will go to ruin. So that's not really a problem, like an option there. And anti-fouling and net treatment, most net is treated in some way, so like the fiber lasts longer. That's a major issue in mechanical recycling because you can't take it out. It will stay in the soup when you re-extrude. Option number 2 is chemical recycling. So that's depolymerization of the actual base polymer. So the first steps are the same. You shred, you clean, but then it basically enters a chemical facility where they like make the normal nylon, but then they just basically break down the old nylon into its base oils, reassemble it, and then with some loss, because there is going to be dirt and there is going to be contaminants in there, so you have a certain loss, you can then take new oil out of it, reassemble it into a polyamide, and then make pellets out of that, and these pellets can then be extruded into fibers. Polyolefins is basically the same story, but at the moment we're only talking about mechanical recycling. Polyolefins, that's your HDPEs, your polypropylenes. They are recyclable, they are recycled on a large scale, but at the moment only with mechanical recycling, meaning shredding again and re-extruding, some sort of cleaning in between, and these materials are sold largely for injection molding in car manufacturing and lawn chairs. There's a lot of customers that are looking for this, but the market isn't super overwhelmingly positive at the moment for this because the virgin prices are so low. So something I'm maybe come to at the very end of this presentation, just to keep in mind, this is not a self-fulfilling prophecy. And then just to continue polyolefins, Paritosh touched on this as well. You have also HMPE, like the high molecular weight polyethylene, great fiber, does amazing things, but because it does amazing things, it is extremely difficult to re-extrude because it has a very low melt point, and it is very difficult to cut. And so we are working currently with the industry, the ones that are producing these fibers, to find solutions like pyrolysis or other options to at least provide some percentage of recyclability and circularity there. Anywho, so we can't do this alone, and we don't do this alone. We work with industry partners, and the people that provide us recycling solutions, it has to be like hand in hand. They need a certain input stream from us, and then they can produce products and maybe help us with the circularity on the other end. So these are some of the companies that we are working with. Nofir, that specializes in disassembling netting and then bring it into like recycling pathway, a Norwegian company based in Lithuania with their production. Plastics, that's the mechanical recycling for HDPE. Aquafil does the chemical recycling of polyamides. And Avient we are working with when it comes to the recycling of HMPE. And so like this is pretty much, this is our table of, similar to the table that Parito shows. This is what we came up with, and it's basically very similar to sort of like what's recyclable and what's not recyclable. And when you think about the future, you're making a new fishing gear, you're making something that has a value at the end of its life, you have to understand what kind of things you're putting into. And that's important for us to understand if we are looking into the future to provide fully circular products. We have to be somewhere there where it's green, in a way. So if you go to like mixed fiber ropes or like into the HMPE area, you're running into trouble for the easy recyclability. The base polymers, your polyamides and your polyethylenes, they are recyclable, and we can work with that in the future. So how does it look like at the moment? Just sort of like a snapshot in time. Where do we stand as a global company in our recycling efforts? So at the moment, like there's close to 3,000 tons that are shipped to recycling every year. And sort of like fisheries makes up around about 2,000 tons of that, and the rest is aquaculture. And these numbers will only grow over the coming years as more and more parts of the company actually participate in these schemes. And just sort of like as a rough guideline where we stand for our major components like polyamides and HDPE and polypropylene, last year we achieved a roughly 1-to-1 ratio of recycled material and sold materials. So what we are recycling, what we're taking back and putting in a recycling stream is roughly the same as what we are selling. So this is basically where we should go. This is where we should be, that we do at least, we take out of the environment what we put into in the environment. Like this discounts everything that is already in the environment, of course, but sort of like as a tendency, we are quite positive on this. As I said before, we want to go circular, and there's one sort of like big project we've been working on for the last roughly 2 years, and that's to create circular nylon. This is where prop number 2 comes in. So I have here like a net made for aquaculture, knotless netting, that is made from 100% recycled nylon. Just like so you understand a bit, you're mostly fisheries people. The aquaculture industry is one of the most highly regulated industries. Like the standards that they have, like the fishing industry knows nothing about it. So because of fish escapes and more on total time? No. Yeah. Sorry. Creating a netting that are really high standards. So we have to make a netting that is as good as virgin nylon. And sort of like we've been working as a group of industry partners, like aquaculture companies, fishing gear producers, and recyclers to create this aquaculture netting. And so like this has been going on for the last years, as I said. So like this year we start actually making the netting, we assemble the netting, and then we put it in the sea this March. So this is where it is now. It is fully stocked with fish. There's 2 nets, 2 of the competing companies, Aqua Group and us. They're in the sea and they're doing their purpose. What's interesting about this is that the filament that is used there to make this aquaculture netting is the same filament that we're using in trawls, in trawl making. So if you would order a cod end today, like a pelagic cod end today from a recycled fiber, we could make it to you for you in a couple of weeks. So there's absolutely nothing that stops us from creating circular fishing products right now. But again, there are challenges, and it's not all smooth sailing. And that is, how do we prioritize the design of a fishing gear in the future for recyclability? I mean, Parito showed you there are certain fishing gears that are simply not recyclable. There are certain polymers that are simply not recyclable. How do you create fisheries management in the future that has this in mind, the red areas where you shouldn't go, if that is your goal. Mixed fiber ropes have some properties, they're easily handleable. You saw some trawl nets yesterday. There were some mix of either polyester and HDPE, at least the ones that went on the visit. So like mixing fibers in the same netting or in the same ropes, that's an absolute no-go. There's no way physically to separate them. Anti-foulings impregnations is always an issue because they usually, if they contain copper or other sort of like materials that make the recycling pathway not work, and then the willingness of reintroducing circular material, and that brings me to the next point, the legislative environment. We are looking in Europe right now to introducing a lot of these extended producer responsibility legislations. In those legislations, the producer is usually the point of sale of a fishing gear. It's not who makes the netting, it's not who uses the netting, it's the point of sale. So it takes the fisherman completely out of the equation, apart from one thing, money, because he will have to pay for these things. So it will create an understanding, at least the way that a lot of these legislations are written right now, that the fisherman will become very, very opposed to whatever is being put forward in recycling possibilities. I mean, we're showing that it can be done, but a fisherman will have to pay more. And then on top of it, he will have to pay more to introduce a circular netting, because this is not cheap. The fiber will be more expensive. So it creates this kind of, it takes away the positivity of what we can do and what we can show that can be achieved to probably some sort of pushback, that now the fisherman has to pay more, but he's not involved at all in the actual recycling. He has zero benefit from it. So this is something to consider. And the second one is that this entire scheme only works on scale. So it only works if we are shipping thousands of tons to dedicated recyclers. There is local solutions, there's arts projects that take fishing gear and make it into benches, but this is not the volumes that we are talking about, and this is not where we want to be ultimately. And then we need to ship transboundary. For this to work, we need to ship in the European Union, out of the European Union probably, or into the European Union. And the way that shipping regulations, and this is considered waste, even if it's going into a circular pathway, it's first and foremost considered waste, and there's very, very strict, for good reason, very, very strict regulations on shipping of waste, and that kind of like sometimes makes it prohibitive to actually work with these pathways. And then just to close with, there is a lot of misconceptions of ALDFG and end-of-life fishing gears still out there, and sometimes the misconceptions are also in this room. It's not just NGOs that are working with information from 10 years ago. So I think it's important, and I think therefore I really, really like the work that Paritosh is doing to update the status quo, update what is possible, and show like in a good comprehensive way what we can do and what we can't do and where we have to do better. So this is it for me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much to all of our presenters from this morning's session. We will have a coffee break now, but nobody leave yet. We've been asked to take another group picture outside. So Paul is going to go up to the front there and we'll lead. I've got a couple announcements though that I'll make, and then afterwards, don't pause, don't pass go, don't collect $200, don't go to your rooms, don't go to the bathroom. Follow Paul, we'll take a picture and then have a coffee break and come back here to finish the ALDFG session. Couple of comments though. During the coffee break, if you're presenting today or tomorrow, please come bring me your talks. Also, hold on guys, I've got a few announcements, thank you. Tonight is again the social dinner. They wanted to remind me that 97 people have RSVP'd that they're going. So if you said you're going, please go because they're preparing your meal. So if you've responded saying what meal you like, don't change your plans and do something else because they are making your food for you and they'll be it will not be good. So please do that. And then just a note that after lunch we are going to be doing the topic groups and we'll tell you more about that at that point. And Vita, do you have an announcement? Okay. So follow Paul. We're going to go take another picture outside and then coffee break and back here at 11:30. Thank you so much. late for your own presentation. It's not a good sign.
No, she's caffeinated for it.
That's true, that is a good sign.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So maybe I'll make them, yeah, go ahead and go.
Okay. Welcome back, everyone. I'm intentionally making this very loud so hopefully people can hear outside. So those outside, come inside as quickly as you can because we're about to get started. For those inside, I'm very happy to welcome Dr. Esther Savina. We ended and concluded the last presentation talking about gear recycling, and Dr. Savina is going to talk about 3D printing and the search for biodegradable materials that are suitable for passive gears in commercial conditions. So I'm very interested to hear about this myself, and welcome, Esther.
Thank you. It's okay? So thank you, and I would like first to thank the founders and especially the master and PhD students that have supported the work. So when we met last time, I was just about to start a seed trial. That was a few years back, so this is an overview of the process that has happened since. So we are looking at alternatives to conventional plastics. So at the moment, the good candidates, they are polyester resins. So they are a mix of different chemicals. And the nice thing about these ones that they have the ester bond, which you can hydrolyze, so they make a good candidate for the biodegradation. You can see the different polymers that we can actually find on the market. So we have PLA, PBS, PBAT, and one that I could use for seed trials at the moment of the project was PBSAT. At the moment there is another candidate that is PBEAS that seems to have much better properties, but I think they are just about to make the netting. So today the results I show, it's with PBSAT, but with the background idea that it's maybe not the best candidate that is available at the moment. So overall, if we look at literature and the experiences from other colleagues throughout the world, so it seems to work good in maybe the Asian countries where the nets are with smaller twine and maybe not so thick nets, but in Europe and especially in the Nordic countries where this has been tried, it can happen that we find difference in catch efficiency. And overall, when this does happen, it seems to be that we have lower mechanical properties and not so much that it's the degradation. So when I started, then I thought, okay, if I cannot source better material, maybe I can change things on the fishing side that could help still use these materials. So the research question when we started was, can we change operational tactics so we could compensate for the weaker tensile properties of the PBS? So I focused on two things. First, the physical strain, because you know you have the net that pads in the net holder and in different machines on the gill netter. So the idea was if we could maybe manage to find out this having an interactive effect on top of the degradation. And also maybe that we could use, maybe it doesn't work for the big species that need big and thick net, but maybe for the smaller species it could work. So I also tried to look at the difference in target species, so with a flat fish place and a round fish cod, and also looking at the capture mode. So this is some pictures of the sea trial. Coastal gill netter from Denmark, and is targeting both place and cod. And you can see from the little drawing below, we had two samples, one that is the fishing netting, just the netting panel, and one that was protected from the abrasion due to the fishing. So it was just the same netting, but in little bags on the net, so same soak time and everything, but just not fishing. I put a little picture of the fisherman discussing the PBSAT. Just have in mind when we look afterwards, it's showing me that if he can pull and it breaks at the knot, so that was his first impression, that it looks okay, we can try, but it's a bit thick and not so smooth, and then it was quite easy to break. So these are the results of our catch comparison trials. So you have in the left side, it's for place, and in the right side for cod. And then I tested spring and autumn, but the idea is that I went to the beginning of the fishing season. So that was about 10 days of sea trial when I received the nets. And then after 4 months. The fishing season in Denmark is much longer, but we had to stop because we could not fish too much anything anymore. So we ended up a bit earlier than the full season. So the take-home message from here is, so for both species we had loss of commercial catch, but it took a little bit longer for so we could still get place for quite much more time than for the cod. You can see the trend is a little bit less inclined, but overall for both species, halfway through the season we still got to stop, so commercially it was not such a success. I tested for effect of the capture modes, but we didn't really find anything significant. And looking at the effect of so whether we had the physical strain of passing through the net and all this, it also didn't show any significant results. So then the next question was back to the office, where does it fail? So I got lucky to work with some mechanical engineers, and then we did some testing of the mechanical properties, so the mesh breaking force, strain and stiffness. But here our main focus was to try to find out at what scale we should test. A lot of the studies, they test at the monofilament scale, so this one to the right, left, sorry. But of course when we use panels, netting panels, they are mounted, so we have the question whether maybe we can test at the knot, or at the whole scale of the netting panel. Sorry, I didn't say, but my focus was on the netting and not so much the buoys and all this. So the results, I can show you, I have a little video, I think. But overall, so we had difference in strength when we passed from the monofilament to the knot about 4 times, indicating that it would be more informative to look at the knot scale than the monofilament scale. But the changes were proportional from knot to net, and you can understand it's a bit more difficult to test at the net level. The setup is a bit more complicated. So we concluded that we can pursue with testing at the knot. Now we had some issues following the current ISO standards. So we have 2 ISO standards, one for mesh, one for knot. So if we follow strictly the indications, we have quite limitation in the length of the sample, but also the displacement speed, because the ISO says how much time the sample, we have a limitation on how long it should take before the sample breaks. But because of the properties of the resins, they actually take much longer. So we had to play a little bit with the ISO, and we also have this question on whether we should block or not block the monofilament extremities. So in our case, we decided to block them with grips, pneumatic grips, but this is open for discussion, and this is something I wanted to bring here because this is in the next steps, and I could be happy to discuss how you use the ISO, and should we discuss modified ISO for the new materials. So here you have a little video. So we attach the 4 ends, and then we just use tensile testing machine, and we pull. I will come back to the knot testing. It's maybe quite intuitive to think, of course, if we make a knot, we might create a bit more weaknesses. And so in the gillnet, we use the double weaver knot, so it's 2 monofilaments that are intertwined. So here you can see the 2 monofilaments to the right side with the colors on how they are made to make the double weaver knot. And then we checked at the different curvature. So this K is the amount or the degree of curvature. And in the drawing, the more yellow, the more curved the filament is. And you can see that for the top monofilament, you have the area of maximum curvature, and you also have a lot of peaks. So this is quite likely to increase the likelihood of the monofilament to break. So with this in mind, then we run different tests. So this is just close up on the setup. I will show the results afterwards, but we look at the load, so how much force we put, and then the distance to the knot center. So you can see from the little pictures, you have the orange, it's the two monofilaments from the bottom, they're the two orange line, and then the blue dot from the top, and then we see how much they go away from the middle of the knot. So these are our results. So you can see both they start that they are quite uniform, so that's the non-plastic deformation, and then you start having differences between the top and the bottom monofilament, and at the parts of the plastic deformation. If you look at the scale, you can see the nylon, the PA6, you can go up to 200 before rupture, contrary to the PBSAT, where we could only go about 250 Newton before rupture. So already we have the idea the nylon is much stronger. But if you look at the part of the plastic deformation, so when the filaments start going away from each other, you can have much more plastic deforming from the nylon than the PBSAT. So they're also more capable of tightening than the PBSAT knots. And this asymmetric behavior ends up giving a much more compact knot than the biodegradable version, where you have a failure as soon as you reach the plastic part, then we have the failure of the biodegradable. So now we've learned that the knots are the weakest point, but we also looked at the degradation, and it's actually also the place in the netting where it degrades the most. So we have here pictures. So you have here on the left it's 15 degrees, and then on the right it's 25 degrees, and you have in the top it's in seawater, and in the bottom it's the deionized, so like the control. At 15 degrees, we can see some internal degradation. I don't know if I have, but you see like there are some lines, like some cracks, and we have some important cracks in the knot, and somehow it's overall throughout the whole monofilament in the knot. At 25 degrees, it was more widespread. You can see all these little things on the knot, but limited to the surface, and it was greater in the curvature. You have a little drawing, or not drawing, but we looked at inside the knot. So if you can see, there's a little model of the knot and a little red line. So that's where you have the cut of the pictures that then you see here. So you have the initial, everything is kind of nice and smooth. And then after 120 days, you can see in the 15 degrees, all the cracks are very much inside. Whereas in the 25 degrees, it's more eaten from the surface. So we can observe degradation, but it's really hard to know if it's just that the material loses property or if it's actually really that the bacteria comes and biodegrade. So to check, we can look at the molecular weight to check for the complete degradation. So here you have a little plot where we looked at immersion time in days, and then different, so 4 temperatures from 4 to 40 degrees, and you have the molecular weight on the Y. So overall, you can see that for the 15 degrees, there's no difference with the one at 4 degrees, and no loss of the molecular weight. But we have we start to lose molecular weight after some days, or the maximum days for the 25 degrees. And the 40 degrees, it just, lose very fast. Maybe I should have started with this already when we checked for so you have the palette that Georg showed before, we have the palette, we extrude, then we make the netting panel. So already if we look from the information from the industry on what is the palette and then what we get from the net, we had a 65% lower molecular weight. So we know we lost already a lot in the process from before we received the nets. So it can be the short exposure to high temperatures when we extrude and make the knot stabilization. It can also be maybe the long exposure to the moderate temperature when we transport and store the nets. I have to mention it was during COVID, so we stored the net quite some time. And I also got information from company we should store the net in a fridge, but you can understand for commercial application, there's no way we can do that. So it's also quite representative of what would happen if we implement commercially. And then if we look at the graph again, so we can see that in 15 degrees we didn't have the transition, so probably no biodegradation, whereas in the 25 degrees we think that maybe it could be that the hydrolysis is involved. Then we were a bit curious, so we looked a bit deeper, into the bacteria. 2 different shapes at 2 different temperatures, but with microbiology it's a bit hard and it's very new and there's a lot of bacteria. So the only take-home message I have here is that we did find one family that is more represented in the north at 25 degrees, which is this dark green. For those who like microbiology, it's the Phylus Phylomicrobium, and if you know more about it, you can also come to me. So take-home message. First, before sea trial, I will stick to go to the lab, testing a node scale and maybe modified ISO. Then, of course, there's an effect on the manufacturing. So at least I think it's important maybe we go back and discuss with the producers on how we can fix some of these issues. And at least my new approach is now to try more to, instead of receiving the product, to try to develop what we would need as an industry to go back to the chemist. So I'm doing some kind of inventory on the commercial nets on what is the requirement of the tensile strength. So you can also come to me and give samples if you want. And then in order to develop this custom made, I actually tried, I go fast, with PHA, which is supposed to be a good candidate for being more customized, and that's where we go to the 3D printing. So we are reusing the weak link idea for pots, where instead of having the biodegradable escape, we just have this weak link in the hook of the door. And then now we are testing different intensities of the 3D printing to try to custom made how much force we need, and then how it will degrade through time. I'm sorry if, no, okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we do not have any time for questions, but this is a really interesting, quickly emerging topic with some excellent experts in the room here, including Roger Larson and the Dissolve project. So I encourage everyone to continue the discussion on biodegradability. I'm happy to introduce Dr. Pingo He, and we're going to take a turn and talk about the importance of risk assessments for fishing gear marking.
So, thank you very much. Seems everybody's here. I was prepared to talk to the room itself.
That's right.
So we switch topic a little bit to look at the fishing gear marking and how they are maybe important to prevent the fishing gear loss, and as well on that the guideline for the voluntary guideline for the marking of fishing gear, which is specifically require for the where are the arrows for the risk assessment when implementing a fishing gear marking system. So just to remind that the FAO passed a voluntary guideline for marking of fishing gears in 2018 and actual publication in 2019. And one of that specific requirement on their guidelines that is a requirement for the risk assessment when implementing a system for the marking of fishing gear. So I and the FAO colleagues, especially Jon Lansley, that we developed some sort of framework for fishing gear risk assessment. And on the back of that, on the table, we have a book there. So you can read this book. So that's what we summarize a little bit. So I'm not going to read through all that, why that's important for fishing gear marking, but really we will look at the fishing gear marking relating to risk assessment. So purpose gear marking, obviously, and everybody here is a known primary that can reduce fishing gear loss, and reduce fishing gear loss and reduce marine plastics, ghost fishing, and all associated aspects. So relating to fishing gear marking is not simply put a small tag onto it. That involves a system. Basically, that outlines a system of fishing gear marking, and from the fishing gear regulation assessment to marking requirement, marking self, and fishing and recovery, reporting, database, as well as hotspot identification, etc., etc. So that's actually record keeping is a very important part of the fishing gear marking system. So we are basically a term as a fishing gear marking system that include any physical marking but also that other related issues related to management of the fishing system. So as you see, there are different parts of it that may relate to database keeping, and as well as that for recovery, reuse, and recycling, how they may relate it as a major important part of it. And you can see it that before actually you implement a fishing gear marking system, and risk assessment is a key element that basically determines how fishing gear may be marked and how complicated the marking system should be. And that may relate to where the area is marked, fishing, as well as the type of fishing gear, etc., etc. So voluntary guideline marking will stress the risk assessment should be a key component of fishing gear implementation, fishing gear marking system implementation. So that's very important for any country, any region, etc. when looking at the marking. Maybe at this moment, there more or less there's some marking practice, but many on the ad hoc basis, mostly for the ownership and or stationary gears. Basically, yeah, I have gear here. That's it, and maybe not totally related to any other part of fisheries management. So risk assessment basically that look at the for the gear marking purposes is that if the fishing gears are not properly marked or not marked at all, what are the consequences that might be? And risk is the likelihood of occurrence and the potential impact. So two things. How likely is that thing going to occur? The other is that if something occurred, how serious it is. So as you know, that things could be very rare events, not very happening very often, occurrence very low, but if consequences very high, that could imply very high risk. So for example, if we step over there, only a meter down there, we will step over there. If they're 100 meters down there, we have to think again whether I should step over. Because there's a small chance, maybe 0.001%, you may fall into it. But if there's a life and death, we have really that in terms of the consequences, we need to think about it. So that's the importance of that risk assessment. So risk involves that is actually specified in the voluntary guideline. We have to look at the environmental impact, we look at ecological impact, economic impact, technological impact, and the safety and navigational aspects. That's a broad areas that a voluntary guideline of marking fishing gear that requires that risk assessment should include. And as I just said, that look at the likelihood of occurrence and as well as the impact or importance. How important that thing, if occurred, that or that occurred that impact to the fisheries or other stakeholders. And the important thing here is that the fishing gear marking system applies that the fishing gear actually still fishing in normal fishing conditions, as well after fishing gear become LDFG. So we look at the two parts when look at the risk assessment. So the overall risk assessment that framework that we propose is that first important thing is you have to involve in the stakeholders, because that how important, how consequences may be different in different areas and different perceptions. If we think, if we are not a fisherman, we think that's maybe very important, but a fisherman may think other way, or some other local community, etc. So we propose is that you really need to involve at the beginning of stakeholders. And first you need to collect the data as well, that, and then doing a process of risk assessment are still involving fishing communities and other stakeholders. And I listed there a few stakeholder examples. Gear design manufacturers, technicians, efficiency managers, port operators, seafood certification system, non-governmental organizations, etc., etc. So they can be diverse, but these are some of examples. Maybe different places are different. And leading to the final product limit prioritization, complexity, and exemptions. When after doing risk assessment for certain fishing gears, we were thinking that that fishing gear may have highest risk if something occurred, and you need to be extensively marked. And some of fishing gear maybe rarely occurred, and you may be exempted even. So that is some sort. And also, if there are a lot of fishing gears, what we implement, which area, which region we should do with. If for large countries, if cannot do at once, that's why it's a prioritization and complexity as well as exemptions. So even look at potential impact that you go through the fishery specific, as well you need to involve stakeholders. And so examples of gear loss, plastic pollution, etc., etc. So economic loss is also one of aspects that we need to consider. Likelihood that related, this more technical in terms of gear type as well as that operation. So some of the gear types may be operated differently. For example, gill net. Some gill net that only deploy for an hour or two. Some gill net deploy for 2 weeks. And some are vessel tied circling around the gill net. Some might leave it for home for a couple of weeks, come back to have a look. So even same gill net, you could have a different so you need to look at the specifics, how they are operated, scale of it, as well as areas that they are fished. So we developed that framework and try to see how they may work. And we did some pilot study in a very simple country, not a simple country as per se, very simple fishery really, in Grenada. Only 9 types of fishing gear plus 1 FAD, and to look at how they may work. So we conduct a workshop and with stakeholders, even though that was in COVID time. So they hold workshops remotely with local organizer, and we attended that remotely. And we stakeholders were identifying what kind of impact they may have, and look at it. Obviously that you could be more, but we think that the 5, 6 may be appropriate to choose the importance. So there are the gear loss as important, ownership dispute, overcapacity, illegal fishing gear conflicts, and navigation. When fishing gear are normal conditions, what impact if fishing gear not properly marked or not marked at all? And then we look at the different occurrence, etc., and to come up with some sort of tables, of risk tables, risk impact tables. And you can see that the specific categories of risk, you can have a table. Then you can also combine those risks into an overall table. And we are definitely here that there is a drifter long line, and the set unit was a more highest risk, both for that gear loss aspect as well as combined when the fishing gears are in normal fishing conditions. Then we look at that when fishing gear become ALDFG, what kind of risks they may have. And so the gear loss, the ownership, no, that's not ownership dispute. All right, so when it become ALDFG, then we have a plastic pollution, we have ghost fishing, we have origin tracing, how to come back, who they are. Navigation. So navigation both for the fishing gears in operation as well as that the fishing gear become LDFG. Foreign seabed, especially like Grenada, there are a lot of coral reef, etc. That's become considered very important if piece of nets that are falling on the coral reef, as well as economic impact. Again, that we can construct what's likely that would occur and how important they are. And again, that drifter long line is a part of that highest impact there. And we combine this is a drifter long line and Sergio net, and then we can combine all of them, both of them that are fishing gears when they are in operation, normal operation, as well as they become LDFG. What's overall their impact, of that particular gear when they are not properly marked or not marked at all. So that's basically a setup for what we need to mark priority-wise. And my colleagues at Harold and myself, Jon, etc., FAO, that we also developed fishing gear marking manuals. That's examples of how different things how we can mark it, and that's also the part down there. And so the final result is that what we should mark, what the priority we should mark. So we consider that for all fishing gears, probably the basic marking is ownership. We need to know who owns the gear. And if fishing gears are unattended, then we need surface markings as a minimum. If they are licensed, you should be indicated with some sort of license number. If the gears relate to a specific vessel, preferably that they should be marking with the IMO number. And some larger vessel has, some small vessel may don't have. And for the FAD, fish aggregation devices, you should mark both on the raft, the surface structure, as well as mark on the buoy for transmitters, so that links them together. And for larger fishing gears, like pursines, long gill net, maybe should be marked at least every 50 meters. And for multiple units, for long lines, at least one mark for each unit, and at least. And for some of that small scale hand operated marks, you may be either marked on the device itself, or marked on the deck, or on the head, or whatever. But it's a sample marking in that sense. So that's basically the end of the talk, just in time. And so that's a minimum marking in some way. But obviously that, some newer technology, etc., we encourage that more markings. But again, that, a risk assessment that determines how complicated marking, complex marking should be. So thank you very much. And, I especially want to thank that Lauren Vallo of Granada. He was the one actually that on-site organizing that workshop for pilot. And I also want to mention that Jon Lansley there, and as a co-author that work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Pinko. Again, I encourage people in the coffee breaks and during lunch to chat more with Pinko and colleagues about undertaking risk assessments for fishing gear marking, because it's a critical action to take prior to deciding how to mark which gears. So the order of presentations, unfortunately, many of you know Drank Sempiniya. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing his name okay. He is one of Dr. He's PhD students, and he's based in Dartmouth, Massachusetts with Dr. He, and really unfortunately, due to a series of, let's just say, current political events, he was not able to attend, and he really wanted to be here. And so he's in Massachusetts right now, continuing working very hard on his PhD thesis at the advice with the university to be there, but he's also here with us virtually, and he recorded this presentation, so. Oh, and you're online, Drake. That's fantastic. Okay, well then I hope that I've represented this okay. And so Drake, we're going to play your presentation now, and we checked with the sound guy, and I think this should all work okay.
Hi everyone, my name is Drake Sempija. I'm a PhD student in the He Lab at the School for Marine Science and Technology, University of Massachusetts, Dartmouth, and I'm going to give you a presentation of the summary really of the work that I've been doing trying to tackle ALDFG in inland fisheries using Lake Victoria as my case study. So ALDFG is a challenge of increasing concern to global fisheries resources as a source of plastic pollution. 2% of all fishing gear used in marine fisheries are estimated to be lost to the ocean annually, and this has negative impacts on the ecosystem, such as ghost fishing mortality, degradation of benthic habitats, navigation hazards, and so on. Most of the research on ALDFG has been done in marine fisheries, with very few studies done in inland fisheries. And it's against that background that we carried out a review of ALDFG in inland fisheries, where we found that only 16 studies have been done in the last 50 years. And only one study was from Africa, and only 4 of those 16 studies were from the top 10 inland fisheries producers. So we came up with 2 big recommendations. One was that there was a need to study the status and extent of ALDFG in data poor geographical regions of the world, especially Africa and Asia. But also there was need to assess the robustness of the available policy, regulatory and management regimes of ALDFG at both local and regional levels. So from those 2 recommendations, we went on and did an in-depth legal and policy review, which examined the robustness of current legislative, regulatory, and policy regimes to manage ALDFG at both regional and individual country levels. Our study area was the Lake Victoria fisheries in Eastern Africa. You can see the map of Lake Victoria on the left of your screen. It is the biggest freshwater lake in Africa and the second biggest in the world. It's shared by 3 countries, Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. It supports one of the world's largest freshwater fishery, producing almost 1 million metric tons of fish a year. And gill nets and long lines gear dominate the commercial fisheries. And this is important because gill nets and long lines have been known to be one of the most contributing gears to ALDFG globally. Yeah, so we used a gap analysis framework. Basically, the assessment criteria was adopted from Gilman, and this basically involved comparing benchmarks, in this case the regional and national policy frameworks, with the practice standards available from literature, that is from the GGI, the Global Ghost Gear Initiative, and the McFadden report. And by focusing on prevention, mitigation, and retrieval, a 3-way approach was then used in an assessment matrix to figure out if the gear restrictions, legislative prohibitions, and reporting mechanisms were embedded in these benchmarks. So our results show that all countries had the Fisheries Acts and regulations in place. Gear marking is mandated in Kenya and Tanzania, but not in Uganda. We could see that there is no traceability of the gear in these three countries. However, there is partial management in all the 3 countries, but no temporal management of the fishing gear. There are bans on all active fishing gears and the monofilament twines. For mitigation measures in the fisheries laws, there are technical measures for net, hooks, but not traps. But traps are also one of the biggest causes of ALDFG. There are no biodegradable gear components mandated for use in the fishery. We also reviewed aquatic ALDFG provisions in aquatic pollution and other relevant laws, and we noticed that in all the 3 countries, other relevant laws like environmental, water, and solid management laws exist and have varying degrees of provisions on how to manage plastics, and in this case, ALDFG. So in summary, for this particular piece of work, we noticed or we found out that there is no specific policy framework targeting AODFG management through the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization, which is the regional fisheries management organization mandated to manage the fisheries of the lake. The assessed legislation also generally lacked guidelines on preventing discarding of fishing gear in the lake at both national and regional levels, and therefore there is need for legislation, regulations, and policy instruments tailored specifically to address AODFG issue at both regional and national levels that should be adopted by the three countries. We also found out that the current laws that exist need to be evaluated and updated to address the complexities of transboundary mount-gear and mount-species fishery like Lake Victoria. So the third and last piece of this work was we did a pretest survey to find out the drivers and extent of AODFG in East Africa on Lake Victoria. So we basically did the pretest survey to test the readiness of the survey tool that we are going to use, which is the Gear Loss Questionnaire from the FAO Global Assessment, before the full-scale survey that we are going to do later this year, but also to assess AODFG quantity, causes, and management options. So like I've mentioned, Gear Loss Questionnaires from the FAO Global Assessment of AODFG were administered to a small set of longline and gillnet fishers. Face-to-face interviews were conducted over the course of 2 weeks on 5 landing sites in the Lake Victoria side of Uganda, and the interviewees were randomly and opportunistically selected from these landing sites. A total of 16 fishers were interviewed, 8 gillnets and 8 longlines. So really the number of interviews were very small. So these are the results. So from the results, you can see that from the results, you can see that poor weather conditions, high traffic, and vandalism are the major causes of gear loss, of gillnet gear loss in Lake Victoria. But also you can see that fishermen avoid bad weather. They use markings, and the markings they use usually are color codes and inscriptions, like the picture that you see on the left of your screen, in order to avoid their fishing gears getting lost. Fishermen also told me that they need the government to institute a mandatory gear marking so that their gears don't get lost. But also they told me that they do not have enough knowledge and information, so they have not been sensitized about AODFG at all. They also told me that if the government is serious about fighting AODFG, they should come up with a buyback program whereby if the fishermen, for example, get lost gear from the lake, they can be compensated by the government. So but we also estimated the average loss of gillnets from the vessels available that we sampled, and we found out that approximately 343 kilograms of gillnet is lost per vessel per year. And when you multiply that by the total number of vessels in the Lake Victoria part of Uganda, we estimated that 2,636 tons of plastic is abandoned, lost, and discarded into the lake from all the available vessels. However, it is important to note that few inferences can be made from this study because it was a pretest and because the number of respondents were too few. But it's important also to note that the pretest provided valuable insights into the drivers, quantity, and management options of ALDFG on Lake Victoria in East Africa. So in conclusion of this part, gill net losses is a major challenge and contributor to ALDFG in the inland fisheries of East Africa, especially on Lake Victoria. And the loss of fishing gear, particularly for small-scale open access fishery, is difficult to curb completely because of the fact that there is not enough compliance and enforcement by the authorities. Despite its limitations, the pretest provided a very critical baseline for the upcoming survey that we want to do before the end of the year. And I hope next time I'm here presenting to you, I'll be presenting to you the results of that particular study. So thank you very much. Again, I'm sorry I couldn't be with you in Sicily, but I hope to see you in Australia. So thank you very much and have a good time.
I just wanted to say that we're missing you very much, Drake, and we wish you could be here. I know he's watching. Can everyone just turn around and wave hi to Drake? He's so sad not to be here, and he's such a great member of our group. So we miss you, Drake, and we can't wait to see you in Australia.
I'm not sure how to handle questions. We have extremely limited time, so I would suggest that if anyone has questions, we'll circulate the slideshow and please email Drake, and I know he'd be happy to continue this discussion. Okay, with that, I'm happy to invite Dr. Song, and I'm going to pull up your presentation. Pinko, were you able to figure out the laser point on this?
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Li Ming Song from Shanghai Ocean University, China. So today, my talk is an investigation of the performance of ALDFG retrieval apparatus using tank simulation and orthogonal testing. The background: retrieval muscles. The common used ALDFG retrieval muscles at present include grappling, hooks, trolling nets, dragging, etc. In recent years, many countries and regions have carried out research on ALDFG retrieval technology and developed a variety of new retrieval apparatus such as multi-hook connection apparatus and remote control underwater robots. Most of the existing studies are lacking systematic research on the relationship between the structural parameters of the grab, dragging conditions, and the characteristics of the target fishing gear. This study systematically evaluates the influence of multiple factors on the retrieval efficiency through tank simulation and orthogonal experiments, aiming to optimize the design of the retrieval apparatus and improve its adaptability and retrieval efficiency. The research results will provide a technical framework and optimization strategies for ALDFG pollution control in the Yellow Sea and the Bohai Sea. Materials and muscles. There are two groups of retrieval apparatus: single grab group and double grab group. For the two groups, we have used 4 types of grabs. Small, sharp grab. I have no less. The A is the single sharp grab. Medium sharp grab. B. Medium grab and a large grab. The parameters are shown in this table. The Hawk spacing, you can look at the figure, the Hawk spacing, the different Hawk spacing for the 4 hawks, tip sharpness, the Hawk diameter, and the tip opening angle, theta, in this. Netting parameters, there are 6 types of netting with different specifications. 3 types of PE material, mesh size 1 centimeter, 1.5 centimeter, 2 centimeter. PA material mesh size is the same as the PE. Experiment setups. The experiment was conducted in a water tank. The measurement of the tank is 8 meters in length, 1 meter in width, and 0.5 meter in height, with a 0.2 meter sink seabed quality at the bottom and a water depth of 0.2 meter. This is the picture of the experiment tank. Orthogonal experiment design, we tested 6 facts: seabed quality, grab specification, dragging speed, netting size, mesh size, and the netting materials. We used the L25 orthogonal design. There are 25 experimental conditions. The details are shown in this table. It is too small, you can see it. For the netting size, we used 3 types of netting size. 10 centimeter square, 15 centimeter square, and 20 centimeter square. For the seabed quality, rock, sand, mud, sand, rock. The results of a paired sample t-test showed that there were no significant difference between the single grab group and the double grabs group. The result of a range analysis of the orthogonal experiment regarding the single grab retrieval experiment, the results showed netting size is a primary impact factor, followed by grab type, seabed quality, mesh size, netting material, dragging speed. Regarding the double grab retrieval experiment, the results showed the netting size is a primary impact factor, followed by grab type, seabed quality, dragging speed, mesh size, and netting material. Discussion and suggestion. the rocky seabed quality exhibited the lowest retrieval efficiency. This mainly because the hard surface of a rock seabed quality make ALDFG prone to getting stuck or entangling around the reefs. Double grub is more adaptable to different seabed qualities than single grub. In practical applications, the selection of grub configuration should be based on seabed quality and operational environment. This study recommends employing multi-grub connected retrieval methods to improve the retrieval success rate of ALDFG. The small, sharp grub exhibit a distinct advantage in netting retrieval, so we suggest to use the small, sharp grub. The excessive sharpness has limited influence on retrieval efficiency. Therefore, we recommend to optimize the small, sharp hook design by maintaining the sharpness. We also recommend to optimize the hook tip opening angle to about 47 degrees. Because there are uncertainty for ALDFG distribution in the coastal waters, the future ALDFG retrieval should incorporate more advanced detection technologies. Also, there is a difference between the experimental environment and the actual operation. Future research should focus on optimizing retrieval apparatus structures for different marine environments and further explore optimal dragging speeds. Conclusions. Seabed quality significantly influenced retrieval efficiency. The double grub configuration is more suitable. It is recommended to use small point grubbers with an opening angle of about 47 degrees and to employ multi-grub configurations to optimize retrieval performance in practical applications. Dragging speed had a relative minor effect on the retrieval efficiency during this experiment. Larger nettings and larger mesh sizes resulted in higher retrieval success rates. PA netting were more easily retrieved than PE nettings. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Song. It's really interesting, and this is the first presentation I've ever seen on this specific topic looking at these considerations. So if any of you know fishers who have lost their nets, here are some good guidance for what to do. We have time for one quick question. Does anyone have a quick question? Okay.
Thank you, Livingstone, for your presentation. This is quite interesting stuff. And I wonder, has this, your results been verified or planned to be verified by in situ or sea trials?
Yeah, we have the plan to try to retrieve the ALDFG in Bohai and Yellow Sea. But now the funding is finished, so we will do not any operation.
And then a short follow-up question. Is that design you are talking about and the optimal design, is that for pieces of nets or is it for also fleets of nets? Does it matter which?
The pieces of a net.
Pieces of nets.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much again. Very happy to introduce Dr. Daniel Stipoudas. And what do we do when there are little tiny itty bitty pieces of rope and net that are on the seafloor that cannot be recovered by a grapple? That's a question I have for Daniel.
Super. Thank you very much for this possibility to give a presentation here. I would like to talk about dolly ropes. And I will not go too much into technical details, but give more an overview and a potential way on how to get rid of it. So the first question is, what are dolly ropes? There is no official definition of it, so I will come back to this later. If I would have to define it, then it would be something like this. It's a cadale rope. I'm not sure whether that's the right English word, but it's non-braided but twisted fiber made of polyethylene. This is what is commonly used around the countries I know, at least, and it's used as chafing gear to protect the gear from damaging when it's contacted the bottom. And you see it is mounted underneath the lower panel of the trawl. In some cases it extends a bit further, and it's rather cheap polyethylene material, which is simply used in huge numbers and so on. The reason why it is used is because bottom trawls share some common characteristics, more or less in some cases. But the first one is a bottom trawl is close to the bottom. That's why it's called bottom trawl. The second issue is that, and that's why, because it's close to the bottom, the net can touch the bottom and can be damaged. The second thing is that the cod end can blow up. So you know the pictures from cod end, when the catch accumulates, it blow up like a pier. And the other aspect is that a bottom trawl can catch up heavy material like sand, stones, mussels, and so on. And this, of course, causes that the distance between the net and the bottom decreases, so the net can touch the bottom. And where it's used, these are some pictures from Wouter Jan Striedman from the Netherlands. He took pictures in different countries, and it's used at least in Northern Europe quite heavily. We have not seen it yesterday here in the harbor, but I know it from Norway, I know it from US, I think, from Canada. So it's used all around the world, or at least in some parts of the world. And there is a problem involved with it. That's why I'm standing here and talk a bit about this. It not only touches the bottom and prevent the net from abrasion, it also gets lost in huge numbers. So there's a calculation for the North Sea from the Netherlands, and it was a huge amount of dolly ropes lost a year. They float, and then they land on the coast, and you can see them as most visible part of marine litter in the North Sea, for instance. It is one of the 3 most item in beach litter monitoring in the North Sea. So this is really, you can see it everywhere. You can find it on the coast, you can find it, and we have seen a picture from Paritosh this morning from Norway. You can see it in breeding colonies of gannets, for instance. So in former times they found seagrass and algae floating on the surface. Now they find these super good visible material on the surface. They build their nest up. Unfortunately, this material is stronger than seagrass. So if they entangle, they die. You can see a picture here from the cliff where that is hanging on the cliff. So it is real cause for mortality along the coast. There are other problems involved with this, ecological problems. I mentioned some already. There's aesthetic problems. So if the tourists come to the beaches of the North Sea and they find all this litter around, they say, okay, do I make holidays on a garbage area? What I do here? There's fisheries problem and shipping problems, because these fibers can cut into the motor shafts and so on. There's a possible legal problem, and we have discussed it. We have to continue our discussion, and I come to this later. There's a ban of discharging plastic into the sea. We discussed some days ago about whether losing dolly ropes is a discharge, So we can talk about this later. And of course, an issue which we in this group also could discuss is that if I attach these things to the net, I close the meshes, and of course this might have an influence on selectivity of the net. I don't know, I'm not aware of any study investigating this. So if you're interested in, I would be happy to participate. And there are two strategies at least to get rid of this. The first one is you use alternative materials. You use either natural materials, you use more robust materials which are not lost that fast in the sea. You use degradable materials, and Roger is an expert in this, and we have heard something from Esther as well. And there are two main projects which I am aware of which dealt with this. It was Dolly Rope Free from Wouter Jan Strietman in the Netherlands, and Diesol from Roger and colleagues in Norway at the moment who work on these alternative materials. And then there's a second strategy, and I have shown this before, so the reasons why the net might touch the bottom, and based on these reasons, of course, we have some solutions. The first one is we lift the gear due to construction issues like floats or kites or different cutting or so. You can try to get rid of this bulbing up the cod end. There are different measures you can take here. You can try to get rid of heavy materials from the cod end, so the net is not longer dragged down to the bottom. And we have done it in the project for the shrimp fishery in the North Sea, and we have tested all these different things and found some are more suitable than others for this fishery, but it is possible. So the conclusion from this project, unfortunately the report is only available in German, so I can send it to you and you might ask ChatGPT to translate it or me. There's sufficient alternatives to the use of dolly ropes, and a complete elimination of dolly ropes is possible if the incentives are right. So, this is now the main part of my talk, and this is a question on how we can get rid of it. And before I start with the way out, I would like to shed a light on the legal aspects. I already mentioned MARPOL Annex 5. You may know this or a similar picture from the boats you are using. It is always somewhere there saying what you can discharge into the sea and what you can't discharge. And there is the lowest raw is all other garbage, including plastic, synthetic ropes, fishing gear, and all this stuff. And you see this, you don't have to read the big table, but you see everything is red. You can't discharge plastic anywhere. And we have discussed before whether MARPOL Annex 5 says what really discharge mean. Is placing a piece of rope on my fishing net, is this already discharging, even if you know that it is lost after 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or whatever? So I'm not sure whether this is clear. So I would like to make it more clear that this is really this falls under MARPOL Annex 5. Then in Europe, and I can imagine this is also in some other parts of the world, you have strategies on how you get a better, more healthy sea. In Europe, it's called European Marine Strategy Framework Directive. There's a descriptor 10 describing our goal to achieve a healthy sea without marine litter. And of course, this also falls under this. So we are aiming for a better, more healthy sea without marine litter. In Europe, we have a common fishery policy which regulates what you can use and what you can't use. This European Common Fishery Policies has a technical measure regulation, and this technical measure regulation says you cannot attach anything to your gear except of net monitoring devices like are the Scanma people here, Scanma, Marport, and so on, Simrad stuff, and so on, except of this and devices to reduce wear and tear, which is not more specified. This regulation also gives the possibility to regulate it more in detail, but it's not regulated. You can attach, in fact, everything to your gear, in my understanding, when you say this is for reducing wear and tear. Okay, what is the way out? The first challenge we have, as I said before, there is no definition for chafing gear, at least in Europe, and I didn't find something for other areas, nor there is a definition of dolly ropes. And if there is a definition of chafing gear, does this include dolly ropes? It has to be defined somewhere, otherwise you have problems to regulate something. Then there's a second challenge, that alternative materials are maybe not yet available, and we have seen the challenges. Esther has shown this, that there is a development in development of biodegradable materials. We have seen that under some conditions they are degrading, and on other they are not degrading. And there are also maybe not yet already constructive changes available for all the different fisheries. We have shown it for one fishery, but for others they have to develop. And there are always hidden arguments, and we have discussed it, Roger and me, in a meeting in November. There's always this argument, if we take them off, then we lose many fish. This is the selectivity change thing. It costs a lot of money to change to other materials or to change the gear. Quite often it's very unspecific, we don't like it. And then it's always also this thing, we have other pressing issues. Of course, bycatch of endangered species is maybe more important than marine litter. You will have a different opinion about this maybe, but these are the hidden arguments behind. So, the first option is, and this is what I always hear when I talk to fishery managers, NGOs and so on, they say, okay, we have a problem with dolly ropes, let's ban it. This is the thing, let's ban it. So, the goal is no dolly ropes, so the easy reflex is we have a blacklist, we ban dolly ropes, okay? Then when we don't have dolly ropes, as I said, we have some issues. We have to first define what a dolly rope is. There's no specific definition. It is what I use and some other use for this stuff, but there are many local names like Plys, Stacking, Scheuerschutzfeen in Germany. I like most Labetus from Norway, and Roger explained me why this Labetus is, why it's called Labetus. It's a big dog from Kids TV in Norway some years ago, and it looks like these gears. But if we define it as twisted fibers made of polyethylene, that's fine, then we can define it and say, okay, we ban this. Then it might be that the reaction is, okay, then we don't use twisted fiber made of polyethylene, we use braided fibers made of polyethylene. It's the same material, it's braided, and you see a picture here on the right side. If you take a closer look, yes, they are braided, but after a while, it takes longer than this one, but after a while, they fray out, they get lost, so the problem is maybe not that strong, but it's still there. So there are always avoidance reactions. Another example is when Europe banned plastic straws, the industry came up with paper straws, and they are now treated with PFAS, forever chemicals. So we sip our Coke now through chemical polluted stuff which are labeled as forever chemicals. Maybe this is also not a good idea. So we also can define the goal a bit different. We can say, okay, it is not about dolly ropes, it's about marine litter. So our goal is no marine litter. And then we would turn it into a whitelist. We doesn't say what we don't want, we say what we accept, where we assume there is no or less harm. And it could be, for instance, you can only use a chafing gear if it's made of natural fiber or biodegradable fiber. And we have seen the challenges with this. And I could also imagine that we use a transition period for this. The transition period has three advantages. The first one is you set a limit. You say, we have now, let's say, 5 years to work on this issue. And we end the discussion because in 5 years it's over. The second thing is you allow fishery and industry and us as scientists together to develop solutions for it, alternative materials, constructive changes in the gears and so on. And in some areas, as in the European Union, you also allow, in this transition period, when the use of these alternatives is not mandatory but voluntary, you allow to fund it. You can fund projects, you can incentivize and fund the purchase of these alternative materials or other gears and so on. So many advantages in, and this is the end of my talk. I have three target audiences. The first one is people who are are asked in the future by the governments or by NGOs and in discussions what we should do with this stuff, then they should say, okay, I thought about once about blacklist versus whitelist and so on. Let's think about this presentation again. In the ideal world, we come with the same proposal, so there is no fight between the different solutions. We have one good one. The second target audience is all of us who are talking about other problems and other ideas and other regulations, because this blacklist versus whitelist it's a matter in all the different things we discuss here. And the third audience is all the others who have nothing else to do now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. So he's raised, time was fantastic, time was at 15. So he's raised some excellent questions. My first question is, are there any lawyers in the room? And if so, I suggest you talk with Daniel, but I think this is a really fascinating conversation to be continued, and under the various elements that he highlighted in his slideshow. I'd like to take up the airspace just for another few seconds to encourage everyone to come to our ALDFG topic group, even if it is a bit geriatric. It is in its final year, so we can highlight the good work that we've done and the good work that we look forward to continuing to do with all of your support. And I'll pass it over to Noëlle to introduce the next topic group.
Thank you, and great job moderating, Kelsey. One more round of applause for all the ALDFG talk. Thank you so much. And just as a reminder, these are all a little bit teasers for the topic groups coming up this afternoon. And next I'll hand it over to Tommy, who's going to give us a taste of multi-use.
Hello, Tommy here from Thun Institute. And yes, I would like to welcome you to the plenary session for the multi-use. And just if you're not aware, it's actually the longest session we have in the plenary here, even though it consists of only 2 presentations, but it lasts over 3 days. Okay, so we have one today, which will be given by Elizabeth. This is a short rearrangement in the structure of the program, but we think that it is a very nice introduction also for the topic group work later on. And I will see how I get this started, and then I invite you. Thank you.
Okay.
Here you go.
Okay. Thank you very much, everyone, for letting me have the opportunity to speak here today. I'll try and go kind of quick so we can get out on time for lunch. So this is just a project that we ran as a pilot project last year, and it was quite successful. It's called Participatory Mapping of Small Fishing Vessel Activities for Marine Spatial Planning. It was done by myself, Johnny Huck, our developer, as well as John Hickey, Sean Daly, their regional officers in BIM, and of course my supervisor, Ronan Cosgrove. We did this project quite closely together, so just want to acknowledge them. So I don't know how it is in all of your countries, but in Ireland, the under 12 meter vessels, the small scale fishing vessels, they account for the majority of our national fleet. There are major knowledge gaps on the fishing activities of these vessels. And there's major challenges coming up on the horizon, which include offshore wind farms as well as marine protected areas. So the study aimed to enable these under 12 meter vessel skippers operating in a specific area, which I'll get to later, to provide validated information on their activities for marine spatial planning purposes. Just a very quick background to the approach we took. We did community-based resource mapping, so it's participatory mapping. This has already been done before in other countries, so it's specifically for fisheries management. So it's been done in Scotland as well as Mediterranean, and we worked with Dr. Johnny Huck. He had developed this spray can functionality tool for participatory mapping, so we adapted this approach. And yeah, I've put some studies up there if you kind of want to read about any of the literature that we drew from to do this work. Okay, so this is a screenshot of the app. I am going to show a video on the next slide. So yeah, as I said, we developed this software with Johnny. We used Admiralty charts as the base map. The reason for this was because we wanted the skippers to have enough geographic context to provide as accurate information as they could. We also designed it so that way they could enter in multiple species and gear types, and then we used their plotters on board to validate the information that they gave us, so that way they couldn't just spray the whole ocean. And I'll just play this video here. I hope this works now. I don't know if it's gonna. Okay. Yeah, so you can see I'm navigating around the base map, picking a year, picking a gear type, picking a species, selecting the months. We drew these variables from the CAFES et al. Report, a few of them, not all of them. And that's the spray can work, like, you know, you're just maneuvering it around the map to kind of identify the general area of where you fish. And in a second, you'll see that I'll put in the points from a plot. Like, so we realized in user testing that it took a long time to manually enter Latin longs. So what we did then was we would look at the plotter, identify waypoints or tracks, and if we could get a point from those, we would approximate it and pick it on the map, and then that would give the extent of the area, and then validate it, and that's done now. Yeah, so you validate that, and then you get a score. Okay, so the tools and software that we used, it's kind of techy. We used a relational database hosted on a virtual machine. The key thing about this project is that we had to be able to collect data offline because we were mapping within the wheelhouse of all these small boats. So we used a tough book, and yeah, the battery was quite a short span, so we've ordered new batteries for the summer or extra, and yeah, we used Python and QGIS for analyses and maps. The area we did this work in is called the South Coast DMAP area, which stands for the Designated Maritime Area Plan. The target participants were skippers operating around in this area, but more specifically in those areas A, B, C, and D, because those are the areas the government have identified as to where they would like to build offshore wind farms. And the study period is fishing activities over the course of 1 full year. So this is the final results map that we got. We interviewed 78 skippers on board their vessels across 11 ports. That number would have been higher, actually, if some of the skippers weren't available until a few weeks after we were down there collecting the data. So I think it could have been higher. And we recorded a total of over 200 fishing activities and 11 key fisheries, so 8 gear types and 19 species. In relation to those specific areas, Maritime Area A had the greatest number of fishing days within it, followed by B and C. And then it looks like there's no fishing in Area D, but that's just that there's no fishing reported in Area D. We were told there is fishing in Area D. Those people just either weren't available to be interviewed. Yeah. So for the specific fisheries, you know, we were hoping to be able to present lobster maps and brown crab and all the specific fisheries, but it was very clear after looking at the aggregated data set that despite aggregation, it still would have identified individual fishing activity areas, which kind of goes against the project statement, which was confidentiality and GDPR compliant. But they are described in detail in the report, and you can see clear seasonality across the fisheries peaking in August and September, which is, it's bang on. You know, we did review the maps and everything with the skippers, and they were like, that's our fishery, so. We validated the data. 61% of the fishing activities were from boats that did have plotters. Smaller vessels were less likely to have plotters, but it was important they were included. I won't get into the details. We did use Bayesian statistics to estimate certainty around the validation scores. So we have a certainty map there on the bottom right. So there's high levels of certainty pretty much across the map. So in conclusion, I will say one key thing for the success of the project is that BIM has a very strong relationship with the industry, and that was key to success. I think if we didn't have those regional officers that know these skippers for the last 10, 15, 20 years, it would have been very difficult to walk into a port cold and ask people to participate. So that was imperative. Jon has all their phone numbers, and he has the goodwill, you know, and so, so we have the combined fisheries maps and data are already available for MSP purposes. We've published it online if you want to go have a look at it. We've already started using the findings to submit to various types of consultations in the offshore wind farm sector, and the project's continuing this year off the south coast along Cork. So that's our that's my presentation. So thank you. Rule 59.
Thank you very much. Yes, this was quite quick, so we still have quite some time for questions before we go to the lunch break. Is there any questions from the audience? Yes, Moritz.
Yeah, first question, really easy. Do you plan, or is Ireland also moving to IVMS?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So there's a control regulation that is anticipated to come into effect, I think, in 2029 or 2030, but it's kind of unclear when the boats will be specifically required to have IVMS. So the purpose of this is a stopgap solution. It's not meant to be a permanent solution. Ireland has a target of 7 gigawatts by 2030. And so that's quite soon. So the idea behind having this data is that it could be used now in the planning process for the EIA reports and the SEA reports. So we don't, if we wanted to wait for that data,
not waiting, because in the UK, I think IVMS is already installed and will be switched on in the coming month. Supposedly, it was just curiosity of what Ireland is doing. Second thing is...
Sorry, and I should say, a few boats do have IVMS. It's just not the whole fleet, so, yeah.
Yeah, and the other thing is, I think this work is very important because of what you say, that I guess there's a lot of offshore developments, and if you don't provide any data, they expect that there is no fishing and there's no compensation or no planning around it, so really important work. And I think it's a bit frustrating because a lot of fishermen I work with, also on whale fisheries, a lot of the fleet is below 10 meters or not covered by VMS, similar problems. And they are actually really willing, even large companies with like 10 fishing vessels, they say, you can have our data.
Yeah.
And it would be very nice to know how to get data out of plotters.
Yeah.
And
yeah, so I spent like about a month working with various plotters trying to download. Some of it's proprietary, some of the plotters, it's all different formats. It was hell. And so then I realized like the data is in the plotters, but it's in so many different formats, it'll take a very long time to kind of download it and then aggregate it. Whereas by just looking at the plotter, you can see someone's patch of fishing because they don't go that far off the coast. And so, it was like, okay, well, there's a waypoint there, and there's a waypoint there, and some tracks here. So we still were able to kind of use that information from the plotters. And like, it's not perfect, but it's something. And having a BIM person being the one that does it rather than just the fisherman doing it, it's a very collaborative approach to bring in this.
Yeah, it's just because I know, maybe sea fish, they also try to get plotter data out of plotters with the same same synthesis. It's just something I think that would be great to eventually move on to have a tool.
Yeah.
I'm talking too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think also it's a very efficient tool to get this data out, but I was wondering, you said that some were not available, but the people you talked to, how willing were they to share their data? Because I know many fishers who simply do not want to share where they are fishing, actually.
Yeah, that's a really good point. So, yeah, they can be quite secretive. So some of them would have been kind of cagey. Some were very open. I think by the trust with Jon and then me confirming over and over again, this is going to be aggregated. You're not going to be able to see where you fish. They had to trust. They trusted us, and so now it's funny. Some of the gear team in BIM have already gone down to Cork, and I printed off the main map. I was like, show them this map to see, so that way you don't have to have that kind of leap of faith on behalf of the skipper. And they said that it was no trouble. As soon as they saw that map and they were assured that their own fishing was not going to be published, like their own area, it was not an issue. So like, I'm really proud of the Wexford inshore community for having that trust, and I do anticipate the sampling to continue around the coast. Like even we presented the work to the various government departments in Ireland, and that's been talked about. I don't know at what scale and what time frame it'll be rolled out, but we're just continuing along Cork. But yeah, it was difficult, but we got everybody. I think our sampling percent of the active fleet was 73%. I need to check the reports, either 73 or 76% of the fleet. So.
Okay, cool.
Hi, my name is Petri Suuren.
Hi.
And I'm back in business after
I hope you're okay.
one day troubles. But I think your presentation is very good, and it shows one very important thing, and that is that fisheries research organizations should collaborate with fishing industry and build trust. That is the only way to get the real data and to make real improvements. We should not only pinpoint the problems that fisheries causing. We should actually have much more, I don't know the English word.
Collaborative?
Yeah, collaborative, understanding way, because that's really the only way to move on. And we don't have to care so much of these problems. NGOs will take care of those. That, you know, it makes much sense what you have done.
Cool, thank you.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And Petri's back, so I'll talk slow again. But I apologize we don't get our second multi-use talk before the topic groups, but Chris Relihan, want to wave in the back there. He's going to present when we come back after the excursion, and he's going to be talking about overlap between wind energy and the fisheries. So feel free to talk with him at lunch to get another taste for multi-use in that topic group. So thanks to our moderators, we're on time for lunch. I just have a couple of quick announcements. For tonight, for the dinner, John has sent out an email to you that says everyone's name on the dinner list and what you've ordered. So check and make sure that you're on there. If your name is on there, even if you don't think your name is on that list, just check, because they're expecting you. So make sure you're there. The dinner is at 8 p.m. tonight, and you will pay when you get there. So you might want to get there a bit early so we don't have a big queue to pay. Maybe get there around 7:45. I also want to mention that it's about a 25-minute walk unless you have a car. Petri, hopefully we can get you a ride with somebody. So account for time to walk there. I also wanted to mention that I'm going to be putting all of the presentations on SharePoint so members can access the talks. If you do not want your talk shared, please come see me and let me know so I know not to add yours. Also, I want to mention that we'll go to lunch now, and then you'll go straight to your topic group. So again, you have your three choices of ALDFG, multi-use, and the indicators. Indicators, actually, I'll pass to John to say more about that. Actually, do you want to, yeah. Oh, and yeah, you'll go straight there. And just to the conveners, the conveners, just so you know, you're in charge of watching the time for the coffee break. So you'll be the ones that send them to the coffee break, and we've made the coffee break a bit short, so you can call them back, but that'll be up to the conveners to make sure that they get there on time. Indicators will meet here, and then the other two, John's going to give you information about where those are at. What is it? No? Okay. They're going to be right next to where the coffee is. So there's a door there, and you should see the two spaces. So.
So the indicators will stay here, and the ALDFG group is in the bigger of the two rooms, and the multi-use is in the smaller of the two rooms, immediately next door to the bar. Okay.
Have a good lunch.
will present briefly their discussions and insights. That way, we should hopefully achieve more or less a preliminary layout based on our thoughts and discussion. We will deliver that to the ALDFG group because they are also interested in incorporating indicators that are relevant for them, for their perspective. So we will give them the chance to take a look and give the feedbacks to us while they are all out visiting beautiful places on Sunday. And then on Monday we will discuss their input and come to our own final output. Yes, so that's the plan. I put a couple of informations for those of you that maybe are not too used to the topic groups. The topic groups work, I mean, you have seen WGFTFB works a little bit more like a conference most of the time. But in the topic groups, we follow a little bit more the format of the other ICES working groups. So we have specific terms of reference, think of them as objectives that we want to achieve, and we include experts, so it's typically people that are working on that topic or that have experience on that topic. I did say, though, in this specific case, we like also some new creative ideas, so we have preparees, so even if you don't have direct experience with providing advice, you can still contribute with your perspective. And then we have concrete outputs that we want to deliver. Yes, I mentioned this is our third year. We started in 2023 in India, and then we had 2024 in Canada, and we conclude in Sicily. So it's a nice journey. We wanted this topic group because regardless of the specific topic that each of us is working on, we all find the need to convey the consequences of whatever type of gear change we are working on. Is it a gear switching from active to passive? Is it a change in material? Is it a change of fishing dynamics? Whatever we are doing, we typically look at changes. And changes need to be communicated, and they often have very complex consequences. And complexity means that when we want to communicate them effectively, we have to simplify the message. But the tricky part is not oversimplifying it. So simplify it, but still maintain enough of the scientific knowledge we have gathered in those studies. We have 6 terms of reference. What I will do now is go one by one and cover what we have discussed in the previous years and what we need to finalize this year. The first one, yes. The first one was about reviewing and describing the available indicators that enable comparison within and across gear types, including defining their purpose and terminology. And of course, we took care of that in year 1, because that was a nice starting point, right? So we talked about all the potential purposes that we see in these indicators. So what type of tool do they provide to us? We can use them to summarize information, as I mentioned already, communicate, for example, to aid advice, and favor adoption of fishing gears. We can also use them as tool for optimization when we are interested in optimizing the performance of the gear we are studying. And we can even use them for control, so have them linked to specific management objectives. We also came out with a nice definition of what we consider indicators in our field, which, well, I will read it just briefly. We think that an indicator for fishing gears should summarize and simplify reality, reducing the complexity, and indicators determine whether we have achieved objectives for a specific program or project, or whether we have reached a threshold or trigger for action. Good indicators need to be easily understood and meaningful to those who seek to use the information they provide, so they need to be tailored to the users. They should also provide a measure of the current state that can also be used to monitor temporal trends of that measure. So we kept it fairly broad because it became evident very quickly into our discussion that we call indicators a lot of things. And we do want to maintain that flexibility. We don't want to restrict the format too much because they are meant to be a flexible tool. But their purpose is quite clearly defined, and so are their characteristics of interest to us. So we also came out with an acronym or some kind of terminology that we should try to agree on. Our suggestion was fishing gears indicators. We came to that conclusion because there is an existing set framework of indicators that's called FPI, Fisheries Performance Indicators. So we need to provide something that is different from that is more linked to the gears, and we didn't want to restrict ourselves to performance because we also use indicators for impacts description. So we went for something semi-general, and it would be nice to try to stick to it. I'm looking at you, Bent. There is a lot of there is a lot of variation in the terminology we use, and that we will see in a second how that can affect actually our ability to describe this topic. Must-have characteristics that we agreed we would like in our Fijis are they should be built on data that are available to us. Sometimes our wish list of what we would like to do about fishing gears or what we would like to describe about fishing gears become easily very, very long. But if we are not able to collect that information regularly or find that information, then it is not a valuable indicator for us. It needs to be acceptable, meaning that it must be accepted by those who will use it and apply it, because again, they need to be designed and tailored to the stakeholders, not necessarily what we think is interesting, but also what they think is interesting. And they need to be comparable, and that we will see that's a kind of a tricky part. We need to make sure we have standardization of how we calculate them and how we communicate them and visualize them. And finally, they need to be clear. They need to be simple and unambiguous, so the information cannot be misunderstood or manipulated. Then we went into TORBI. TORBI was about identifying the need for additional indicators, for example, to evaluate sustainability according to its three pillars: ecological, economic, and social. Did we achieve it? Here we started to realize we went maybe too ambitious. So, I mean, to really, really achieve it, our vision in the beginning was that we would have this collection of literature of all the different indicators used in our field, and that will help us compile a list and identify gaps and areas where we had to create new indicators. Well, that was harder than we thought because, first of all, as I mentioned, there's a lot of variety. I mean, you will struggle to find one paper that does not use any kind of indicators because, again, even scientific papers, they are a mean of communication, so we do end up compacting the information to make it more easy to remember from the reader's perspective. So they all kind of use indicators, and also they don't really put indicators in the keywords. So even papers that rely substantially on indicators will not have indicators in the keywords, and that makes it very difficult to make a literature search and find papers that focus on that approach. And then I mentioned they are also called in many, many ways. We will need to make an effort, and I would like that we discuss this very briefly. We have the microphone that can go around, because do we start using Fiji in the keywords when we rely a lot on this type of approaches in our paper, or do you see that not working? Should we do something else? I would like to hear some thoughts if anyone has any comment. And I know this is just digestion period. Yes. Aggressive, aggressive microphone ballot.
Okay. So, was the literature search done systematically? Was it a systematic review process, or was it just a bit of a...
It was just a discussion we had. We didn't even started doing the approach because we figured it would be a paramount task for the amount of time we have. Yes? So would you consider, when would you consider putting that in the keywords? Like when you're publishing your research, either in a report or in a paper, what from your perspective, what is the amount of indicators you need to have in a paper before you think, maybe I should put indicators in the keywords? Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. I like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I see it as, I mean, the study we did with the WELC was a baseline study, kind of, and I see it as almost now as a complementary methodology that will be done if you do baseline studies on selectivity. I don't know if that helps to the question, but maybe it helps because it becomes kind of part of the methodology.
Yeah. Yes, but in that sense, that will make it harder because then it's not natural to put those, like, what we consider standard analysis and approaches we will not include in the keywords, I imagine. But perhaps if we cover the basis, let's say, if we find a way to describe more or less what has been used so far, then we could at least put it in the keywords if, as Manu was saying, if it's heavily relying on that for the conclusion or if it's a new type of indicators within our field, for example. Okay, yes, and I broke it. Yes, we continue. Okay, what we did instead, when we realized this was kind of tricky, trickier than we thought, was have a bit of a role-playing exercise last year where we split the participants into fishers, managers, and consumers. And we let them discuss in depth what would be the indicators that they would find interesting or what they may want if they take that perspective. And it was interesting to analyze a little bit the results of the discussion. We saw that there's a lot of indicators that are relevant across stakeholders types. We have bycatch and discard ratios, of course. We have gear impact on biodiversity and sensitive habitats. We have carbon efficiency, and then there's also socioeconomic viability. But what was particularly interesting was that even when the indicator is the same, the format and time scale, or scale of that information may differ depending on the type of stakeholder. I put a simple basic example, but for bycatch, for example, fishers typically they may want that information in weight if it's linked to quota, or in percentage if they are certified, for example, and they need to show that the percentage of bycatch is below a certain level. And they are very aware of how variable that information, that bycatch is, so they will typically want information that are at the fishing trip level or at the deployment level, whereas managers, they will want a more aggregated information, perhaps at the annual level. Again, they are working with weight typically, but they will be interested sometimes in percentages, or there are some regulations that are linked to number of individuals, like the de minimis exemption, for example. And then the consumers, there's a lot of ethical concerns, and they're more thinking about bycatch as ocean lives, I've heard used as a term. So it's really more about the number of individuals, how many wasted lives there were in the catch, and it's more linked to the product. So if they will either want a very general information, this fishery has typically this level of bycatch, or they will want a very detailed, if we move into traceability, they will want a very detailed information like, oh, this, together with this fish I'm currently buying, there was this level of bycatch. Yes. We touch on it. It did come out, especially from the consumer's perspective at the moment. Eventually, it will come up from the manager's perspective as well, I imagine. Yes. Now we move to Torsi. Here we wanted to find potential data sources of interest, like population structures of target and bycatch species that we could use for our indicators, and potential synergies with other fields like fisheries management, social sciences, fisheries economics. Over the last couple of years, we looked at some inspirational frameworks that we could learn from a little bit or integrate in our system. There's the fisheries performance indicators framework that I mentioned earlier. That's more, it's based on expert judgment, and it's coming up with condensing a lot of information into the 3 pillars of sustainability, and it's assessing or it's expressing how well the fishery is doing within a certain management framework. Then we had a presentation from Eric Gilman that told us how they do bycatch mitigation strategies evaluation. That is also a very closely related type of system that we could get inspired from. And then last year we talked a little bit about the MSSC and in general eco-labeling systems, which again deals with a variety of indicators and condensed information into a simplified format. Yes, and then we also got inspired for specific indicators that we could start using coming from other fields. On top of my head, I remember the case from Juan last year who took inspiration from medical studies. So we had a few presentations like that over the last couple of years. And then finally, in terms of data sources, Tiago presented something about how we could look at relative species catch efficiency. How to explain it briefly? Well, if we want to look at the de minimis exemption, for example, we need to show how much bycatch there can be with respect to target catch. And that's not the way we typically look at catch, because that requires that we have an understanding of the proportions of the different species available to capture. For that, he used data from ICES about abundance and distribution of species and came out with a neat little indicators that we could use to explore this type of link to management. And then last year, together with our role-playing exercise, we also talked about the technology that we would need to gather information regarding each of those indicators that the different groups of stakeholders identified as relevant. And some of those technologies we have in place, and some of those we don't. So we may want to look into developing them if we agree that's a relevant indicators for the future. Yes, TOR-D is a good part of what we aim to do this year. We want to discuss and describe the use of single and combined indicators. I know that was in someone's shopping list. Yes, Maurice. As decision-making tools for the stakeholders. We narrow it down after several discussions between us conveners. We narrowed it down to managers to achieve more of concrete and standardized format, because especially when we consider advice, communications, or like interaction with stakeholders, other stakeholders like fishers, it tends to get a bit more diverse, whereas we could try to get to a more standardized format for managers. And for the combined indicators topic, we do know that's a challenge. We have frameworks that we can use as inspiration, like FPI and MSSC. But we need to discuss if we think it's doable to rank the different indicators within broad category. Like if we're talking about environmental impact of that fishing gear, we are going to look at a very diverse set of impacts, and eventually either we give the same weight to all of them, or we need to figure out how we are going to weight the different categories in relation to the management framework. Yes, and TOR E is also part of what we're going to do this year. We need to talk about reference points and thresholds that could support the fishery management decision process. We have identified some discussion points to address later on based on our layout of advice form. We, for example, would like to discuss a little bit together what we think we could use as baseline gears, and how, or for example, population scenario, like how we standardize and describe a little bit what we're going to do exactly. Do we want to decide there is a minimum effect of interest that makes it worth, like advice worth it, or do we want to keep that box completely open? Like, do we say if it's more than 10% bycatch reduction, that's interesting, otherwise not? So this type of consideration. How do we deal with missing data? And I'm sure there's going to be plenty. And also explore a little bit or discuss a little bit if we could incorporate semi-qualitative expert judgment approaches. That's something used especially from WGBIC for sensitive species where typically there is not a lot of information. Then they use indicators where they combine, so it's an expert that suggests how, or a set of experts that suggest how impactful that gear could be for that species, but they still have integrated, it's semi-quantitative because they have integrated the level of confidence of the information, like is it based just on the expert judgment, is it based on actual data, is it based on data from another fishery. And our final tour was about visualization, and we had the fantastic contest this year. So we are going to touch a little bit also on how we can integrate this visualization into our format layout for advice. That's it. I know it's a lot of information to have right after lunch. So we get moving very soon, I promise. Just a reminder, so our final objective is to draft these guidelines on how we could deliver advice on the technical specification of fishing gears. We want something that is concise. We don't want, we could, of course, have very long reports covering the size selectivity of each of the species in the catch that we can have. No one is going to read that. So we need something concise. We need something standardized where the stakeholders will eventually get used to where they find the different informations of interest. And we want a bit more holistic, so not just catch performance, but also other aspects that are becoming, as you've seen from the sessions this year, more and more of interest to everyone. We took as inspiration the format that ICES use for advice report on single species stocks, for example. And you can see the nice thing is that it's not really, I'm going to use an Italian expression, it's not dumbed down. Like, we don't have to make it extra silly, extra easy, which will cause us to sacrifice a lot of the scientific information we have. But we have to make it standardized so at least they understand on a regular basis they will have this type of plot. We will stick to this type of plot. We will not change them constantly every time we interact with them, and they will eventually get to understand them better. Yes? Okay, so this year we did a little bit of pre-interaction with some of the experts that provide a lot of the advice in Europe and more on fishing gears technical regulations, and we asked them, based on that inspiration layout of the ICES advice, to come up with what they think should be the section, the different section in our case, and also what was their thought about having multiple gears. In many fisheries, we tend to have multiple legal options already. So do we want to limit our comparison always to one versus one new one versus the baseline? Or do we want to increase the complexity? And of course, the indicators allow us to increase the complexity if we feel that's relevant, because that's exactly what they were designed for. So that said, we want to split you into groups. Us conveners will be moving around and be available if there's questions, or twitch you in the direction if you are getting divergent a little bit, so we stay on track. We will give you 3 of these expert suggestions of layout. And yeah, I wrote that we will give you also the ICES stock assessment, but actually the reception didn't like the idea of printing so many pages, so we only have one. But I will bring it with me around, and someone needs to check it again and have a look what it looks like. It will be available. Yes, so back to the plan. We create now small groups, about maybe we can do 5, 6 people. I don't think we are as many as we thought. And then each group pick up the material. They go and discuss these different sections and what type of indicators they would include. It's a mix and match approach, so we're not asking you to pick out of the 3 the one you like the most. We are asking you to build your own puzzle. So you may like something that one of the experts has said in one format and something that another of the experts has said. So you build your own, and you can add, of course, if you think there's something else that should be included from your perspective. And then each group should prepare either a short presentation, or you can draw, you can sketch your own layout and be ready to present that after the coffee break. Yes?
Can you one more time say, because I haven't been into it, who are going to use this indicator?
Yes. In this case, we are talking about managers. So we want a format where we are communicating a difference between 2 gears or 2 configuration of the same gears to managers and, for example, the staffs. So really high-level advice, yes.
So it's not like this?
No, no. Excellent. There were more questions? Yeah?
And you want all ecological distortion?
You put what you think should be there.
So it can also be, for example, it can be fuel consumption, changes
Yeah.
in fuel consumption. If you're going to change your kennel mesh size from 140 to 160, then you could put maybe a quantitative information that you don't anticipate highly likely that there's going to be fuel consumption by doing it. So it's also putting all the instead of having someone come back to you and say, oh, what's the effect of sea bed impact? What's the effect of fuel consumption? And then drag out this evaluation process. I think you can speed it up by providing some positive.
Yeah, I know I'm troubled, but there is the fisheries management is supposed to guide fishing industry and regulate them. But indicators that may look meaningful for managers may not be completely uninteresting for the fishing industry. Way too small. You know, you all know that, for instance, if you say that your catch will increase 10% if you use this and that, they are not interested because they don't think it's real. And it doesn't matter because they can next day improve their own. So I was just thinking that should we keep in behind also that fishing industry looks this differently, and they actually do at the end doing the work, so that we don't develop something micromanagement which is only on paper.
Yeah. It's a very good remark, Petri. The reasoning we had is that We thought maybe we can start by cleaning a little bit the way we approach the issue. Because I don't know, you have had plenty of experience, way more than me, on introducing new gear regulations. And the process is very random in my experience. Like, people will get a call to come and present options to the stakeholders. It will depend on who picks up the phone, how much time they have into digging in the data available. They will present whatever they have available, and they will often, I mean, we work in regional groups, so it's usually different scientific institutes that will be involved. Everyone presents it in a different way. When we use catch efficiency, we even confuse them, because some present them in absolute values, some present it in relative values. So let's start cleaning our ways first. I agree with you that we need then to expand and build more, but we can start with making us more precise. And yeah, Lance, wait.
Target species, like you want to fish sole, and these are the 5 options. Which one is the best?
Often, well, that will be a little bit different from area to area. So especially when we're talking Mediterranean versus northern regions, it's going to be substantially different. In my experience, often we are asked, there is one specific urgent driver, like, oh, we have one stock collapsing, we have to avoid that other species, we need options. But still, the options need to capture a bit more the holistic effect that that change will have for the industry. Because if we just limit it to that one species, we often, well, we end up in trouble. Let's leave it like that. Yeah. Okay, I don't want to steal too much time, but of course, if there are other questions, we take them now. Otherwise, we get moving. The idea is that first, because it's boring to discuss with people that have exactly the same mentality and same experience than you, so aside from Petri, who is injured, you stay seated. Everyone else, stand up and go sit beside someone you don't work with.
Don't sit on my left.
They will get them, yeah. I will take too much time, we don't have the time. And we do that quickly without stopping to chat. Just sit down in a different position with different people. No, before, I haven't divided the group yet. I just said go sit beside someone you don't work with. Okay. Okay, perfect. I think we are, okay. Excellent. mean, it's nice weather outside. You can also go sit outside as long as you don't get to the beach and forget about this. We need you back eventually. I am taking a picture so I remember the group, and then I will come and track you. Okay, lots of super cool discussions. We have coffee break now, and after that, I need one from each group to present what you have discussed and your thoughts.
chose this one. No matter the content, it doesn't matter what's inside which topic or whatever. It's just about that we have the main topic, and inside this main topic, we can choose different stuff with the drop down. Yeah.
You know what it's
All right. We heard a lot of very cool discussions. Thank you guys so far. It's going great. We know it's a huge topic and we know we're not going to solve it, right? But it's a start and we look forward to hear your thoughts. Yes, I just need one person per group. If you have slides, you can take over the computer station. If you don't, it doesn't matter. Whatever format I'm trying to take, I will try to take as many notes as I can. So, who want to start? Yes.
Okay. We really like. Oh, I don't have them now. One moment. Yes. I'm back. Inspiration in this one, actually. I don't know if you remember that. That was maybe the bit more simple of them, and that. A lot, especially for managers, needs to be something you can simply look at, and some of the others had a lot of requirements for detail, and even just the informations were almost a page, and then if you need to fill that in, suddenly you have like a 20-page report, and maybe that's not what managers are looking for. So we thought it would be nice to have obviously a nice structure that's similar between or across all the templates, where we start by defining the common gear used in the fishery, and the context, why is this actually of importance, area, fishery, target species, that thrill. And then you move down to a new heading, section, whatever, where you describe the proposed gear and the modification, and preferably with a bit of a drawing that also highlights where there's been a change or modification. And then we think the indicators should be a standardized table where you provide a value, and that value has a color code associated to it. We had a lot of debate how to make this most intuitive, so we decided it could be best to have like relative values, where you have the standard gear performance at 0, and then if the new tested gear is better, it gets a plus score, I mean it's worth, you get a minus, and then obviously minus means red, and a positive score means green. And then there should obviously be a appendix where this methodology on how to score is provided, so everybody does it the same way if they compare trawls or gill nets or however they do. And then we discussed some of the indicators. We like the ones that were provided, so about the catch itself, bycatch, CPUE. We also considered stuff like welfare, pollution, could be nice to include as well. And for the fisherman's point of view, we think that's important to incorporate into the management. Is it easy for the fishermen to use this type of new gear? And then we also like in the blue one, the 2-page one, in the end there's like warnings and pros, and we think that could actually be really nice to have maybe some notes that may not be uniform across all fisheries. Did I forget anything? Nope. I think that's it.
Super, thank you very much. Yeah, I think we discussed them all together at the end. I have a couple of questions, but we get back to it. Yes, next. Perfect.
So first of all, I can say sorry because it sounds a little bit like now we are stealing your ideas, but okay, thanks. We also decided more or less for the 2 pages one, because at least to make it very short, it's very easy to compare. So you can just choose with like a check mark if it's new or not. And maybe I can add to this why we stepped away from the single page with the green one, because it's mostly consisting of text. It's not only because at the end you have a very long document with a lot of text, you need to filter the information that you need, but only it's very hard to compare it. So if we have two persons reaching in one of these types with a lot of text information, we need for example, if we say this is the first chapter and the second, it needs to have the same information to be compared. But maybe one person is very short in writing sentence and the other person is like very detailed or whatever. So at the end you can't compare it because you have in one term maybe more details than in the other one. But what we like to put also into this one, the longer one, is to have a table with all the indicators and maybe writing it with a color code. So it's very easy to understand and easy to compare. And but there's a small thing we would like to change. So Paco will know this discussion because we had it already for a visualization contest. It's that we choose only terms that are positive or negative in either way. So for example, in the table right now, we have a bycatch reduction, which is more or less like in a positive way. So 100%, or if we say an indicator between 0 and 1, then a 1 would mean we have, for example, 100% of bycatch reduction. But if we go into seabed impact, which is also in this table, and we have also from 0 to 1, a 1 with 100% would mean we have 100% of seabed impact would be like rolling it back, a very negative term. So we should choose either a very positive or a very negative term for the complete table. And I think this is all that I can add. Maybe one of the group wants also to add something to it. But before I copying more from your ideas, I think it's the same way to go that you already present, and I think this is the best idea.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. Great points. Don't be worried. Don't worry if you agree. Like if there is, I mean, ideally we would have kind of a consensus at the end. So if you all went in the same direction, that's great for us. So it's great to build on each other. Yes. Next. Otherwise, I pick people.
Yes. Okay. This is very quick, but I will try to explain it. I didn't have time to make a very nice impression on ChatGPT, how it looked like or it should look like. But we discussed we need very general indicators, what are both understandable for fishers, managers and scientists. And it will to compare not only the new gear, but it's just indicators you line out for all gears. And then you have the new gear, and then you can just compare those indicators with the current gears that exist. It are fairly easy indicators. The nice thing is maybe when you start with those indicators, you can have them on a little screen in the bridge of the vessel. So the skipper of the vessel is looking to those indicators all the time, and they just fluctuate when he's performing. So the first one, it's all based on kilograms of marketable fish. So if you catch 1 kilogram of marketable fish in your gear, how many liters of fuel have you burned? First one. That's a very good indicator either for carbon emissions, but also economically. Then the second one, 1 kilogram of marketable fish, how many kilograms of discards have you generated with this 1 kilo? Very easy to compare across gears, but first you have to standardize it for the other gears too. What's required for this one, that each vessel gets a load cell. So as soon as he lifts the cod end, you get the total weight of the cod end, then I drop the cod end, then I sort the marketable fish, it goes in the computer, you get the discard straight away. If you tell a fisherman that he is having 100 kilograms of discard for 1 kilogram of fish, he starts to scratch his head. But normally he's like, oh yeah, it's just there. But if you just present a number on the screen, he might start thinking. Then you can also do the numbers of discards per kilogram of marketable fish. Then the other one is how many square meters of bottom contact have you done for 1 kilogram of marketable fish? Very nice to compare across gears. And then the last one, how much sediment have you mobilized to catch your fish? So then you, that's the last one. How many euros of revenues have you generated for 1 liter of fuel? That's your economic indicator. Then you know straight away, okay, I burned one liter of fuel, but I only generated 20 cents. Okay, my fishery is not going to be viable. But if you generate €1 for 30 cents of fuel, then you know, okay, I have 70 cents to play around, to pay my people, to buy a new vessel, whatever. So that's very nice if this is all in the screen, in the bridge, and it's just moving up and down. So if he steams out, he's going in deep red, he starts fishing, he starts catching fish, he's going green. And then when he's green, he starts steaming back. And if he's going too fast, he goes back to red. But if he's going really slow, then he stays in green. But then you really see how you're performing, and it's looking at you. You know, okay, maybe I have to behave. This one, all those numbers are just connected to a bigger hub. So managers or scientists, they can see how each vessel is performing. And then you can make easy decisions. And then you come with your new gear and you pick those and you say, okay, with my new gear I catch 1 kilogram of mackerel, 1 kilogram of plaice. And then you look to the other gears, okay, but if we catch with the other gears 1 kilogram of mackerel with 1 kilogram of plaice, I burn less fuel, but I have less bottom contact, and then you can make a decision based on what, as a manager, you think is important to judge your new fishery on. Well, that's in a nutshell what to do, but then we have a second one. It really annoys me, the discussion about bottom impact. Because bottom impact usually is discussed in, how deep is a gear penetrating? But there's a couple of factors missing there. Well, some people really thought about it. But yes, the penetration of a gear is one. Then the second one is how much surface have you fished? You can penetrate really slight, but if you do 3 square kilometers in an hour, you still have a lot of bottom impact. So then you actually have to, for your bottom impact indicator, you have to multiply depth with the surface you have been fishing. So then you have your square centimeters mobilized sediment per tow or per kilogram of fish or something like that. Then you need to maybe multiply it with the benthic mortality indicator. How much benthic animals have you actually hit so hard that they're dead or not? And then you have your recovery rate of your benthic community and the vulnerability of your habitat. And if you have all those numbers present for your benthic impact, and you multiply a few with that, you might have a nice indicator, but don't stick only to penetration depth. Take the others in account as well. Well, as far, that's the indicators we came up with as very easy. You can standardize across all gears, and then you can make informed decisions about if I buy a fish as a consumer, do I think it's important that there was not so much fuel or that there was not so much bottom contact? Well, thank you.
Thanks a lot. Super cool. Yes, one.
Well, starting by the template, so we understood our duty to first look through the different schemes or the different fact sheets and choose which one we believe could be more or less or preferred. And I think we all agree that this could be our ideal. It's a simplified document. We believe if the information comes from gear trials, we believe this simple format encompasses most of the information or general information that should be delivered. One important thing we considered is that it should not be kind of a fixed stone. It should be a product which should consider fluctuations in the information which produces ultimately the indicators. On a spatial level, on changing the population over the years. It should be a kind of tool, and which not necessarily has to be a paper and a fixed report, but something the managers should be able to access and to refresh the information that they have a continuous information on the quality of or the performance of the fishing gear. We were talking about what is the role of each of us, right? Me and Lansley was talking about blood analysis and who is the doctor and who is the patient. And to me, the doctors are the managers, but in some cases, the doctors are not very smart in a way. You need to have a very smart analyst to provide the specific information in the blood paper to be able to make proper decisions for specific fisheries. So this document should not take all the list of indicators we might just list, but it should be simple and a selection of indicators which are relevant for the specific fishery we are dealing with, right? I think that that's the paradigm we wanted to develop in this sense. More specifics, more specific for the case you are dealing with, and dynamic in the way of refreshing the information so that the management has a continuous operation on the fisheries. In relation to the indicators, we were just brainstorming, which there is a lot of general indicators that has been listed in the last years. I only was last year in Canada, and I already saw there was a lot of things going on. But we were started to brainstorming which other indicators could be added, right, to the list already there. So we have most of what is done also in the literature is catch-based indicators, most often based on single species, right? This is fine. You have a performance indicators of single species, sometimes target species, sometimes bycatch species. But depending on the regulations applied in given fisheries, that might not provide the full picture of the situation. For example, in the catch-restricted regulations, you have to consider the performance indicator of, for example, targeted species in conjunction with the bycatch performance indicator and the bycatch species that might become a choke species for the targeted species. These indicators that are able to tackle this dual problem. Because we have heard today that sometimes for the fishermen, 90% catch efficiency compared to a baseline gear is not acceptable for the fishers. But what if you have way more catch reduction of the bycatch species that could ultimately be a choke species, right? That could change totally the picture. You can fish longer. You can go and catch more of the targeted species before you get choked. So, single problem based on catch performance of single species, indicators dealing with this dual problem, and obviously multi-species indicators in the form of, for example, catch dominance curves we have seen here. We will also discuss it briefly about practical usability indicators. And I think it comes to me an example which happened in the Baltic Sea. You know, in the Baltic Sea there is a new fishing gears implemented recently, and before there was at the regional level kind of conquest or discussing which selection device should be implemented. And there was one offer or one proposal to try to implemented the Baltic Sea system based on a double cordon and a grid, right? But this is not, for many of us, considering the fleet work in the Baltic Sea in some countries, it has not practical usability. You will not be able to apply that in the fishery. So the managers should know that, but they don't know it, right? If you provide information without this dimension, they will not be able to weight these options in a holistic way. So something which quantify the practical usability, that could be, I think, relevant. Maybe also, maybe it's not the right word, but seasonal usability indicators, because the performance of a fishing gear fluctuates over the year, over the seasons. Seasons as a proxy of many potential things changing. Fish condition, ecosystem changes, which, for example, clocks, if you put a fishing gear, a grid, and in summer it's full of seagrass, and the seagrass is blocking the grid, then you have a fluctuation problem there. And maybe you should just somehow quantify this into a single seasonal usability indicator. Selection devices. We always test selection devices all and all and all over again, usually new. We go with a new cordon and we test it. But the thing is, the fishing gears, performance change with time, right? The durability change, and with it, the performance also change. But from my experience interacting with the managers, they don't know. So maybe this is another aspect that should be placed into a kind of more holistic approach in how to communicate with the managers. It's basically what we find out. Something else to talk, or? Okay.
Thanks a lot. This is fantastic inputs. Do we miss? Yeah, we missed at least one group, right? Or maybe two. I'm missing someone from over there.
I think we saw something in all three examples. We liked this easy to access table here with indicators potentially. We like the format of this one, the longer format. You know, it's easier. It's not as daunting, maybe, as this one is very dense. Although this one we thought was probably, with experience of the evaluation process, this is probably more like what you need or what you get. We had some good ideas about other ways of presenting the data. But I guess maybe the two people that had some experience of evaluating joint recommendations or at working groups, it kind of might have overshadowed them, and it turned into a discussion of what SDCF wants, has communicated to member states, and what member states give back, and they're not always the same thing. And then the person evaluating the joint recommendation may not know what the SDCF and the time constraints involved and the difficulties, and how probably everyone at every level is feeling a little bit frustrated by the process. You know, every level, I think. So, well, maybe I'm going a little bit on a solo run here, but the framework has to apply to everybody. You know, it has to apply to the person evaluating, the person who's submitting the recommendation, and, you know, every way up, even the commission, or, you know, everybody needs to be on the same page. There's a lot of duplication in the ideal situation. If you're given something to evaluate, you have a checklist, you have the recommendation, it equals this. You can very quickly say yes, no, yes, no. You read the report and you say that's robust. and you move on quite quickly, and you can give a nice standardized format of a report. It doesn't need to have lots of other things that aren't required necessarily, because you must read them, you must evaluate them. Does that sound fair? That's all we got. We were more to do. But we liked them all, but yeah, this one we thought was probably, but it's a nightmare. It's very dense. It's got lots of writing in it. It's kind of hard to even read.
Trying to sneak in the notes. Yes, fantastic. Thanks a lot. And Dara, please send me that picture you have of Pingu's framework as well. I would like to take another look at it. Yes, excellent discussion. I think we also, I mean, we are pretty much aligned in terms of preferred format, I would say. That's good to hear. I did cover every group, right? There's no one left out? Okay, good. Yes, we do have a little bit of time now, I think. Sorry? It's 5, yes. And we have half an hour. Yay! Okay. There's a couple of interesting points that emerge, I think, that we could try to discuss together. The first one that comes to my mind is some of the PICES group indicators. They work in absolute terms also. Like we could not necessarily have, I mean, I like your point of the fishers being able to see in real time their performance or near real time, whatever. And they wouldn't need a comparison with something else. It's just how they're performing with that gear, right? So do we think we could, but other of the indicators you guys mentioned, they work better in relative terms. When we are looking at the difference between two gears. So do we think we want to break down the table in a section of like general performance values and then have a section of relative performance? What do you think about it?
What do you mean with that absolute? The question is, what do you mean with the absolute?
Yeah, absolute is maybe not the right term, but kilos per liter of fuel. That doesn't necessarily need to be a comparison between gear. It functions by itself. It's informative by itself, right?
You know, Valentina, we have worked together with this joint recommendation in the Baltic Sea, and for me it was astonishing to see how little we could communicate, right? And maybe just talking about relative indicators, it's thank you. It's from my experience, it's really difficult to communicate things, and if you don't put something in the context of other things that they can understand, but at least if you are comparing the indicators of a new fishing gear with something which is already in place and has been working for years, they place themselves in a safety place for decision making. But if you are talking about providing this connected to that, right? You say about absolute indicators, but also the relative ones. In this case, it could be an option, but if you solely base the information you are provided on this kind of indicators, I think that could not work, at least from my experience and the communication with them.
Lance has a point.
Yeah, I think there are actually a lot of dangers with, in my experience, with these absolute indicators. That stems also to the comparisons we did with blood results from a patient, but you need to know the patient to understand the blood results. Like Pike, for instance, said, if you want to measure euro or kilo per liter generated, it depends on the vessel that is towing the gear. Because if you have a larger vessel, then there's a scale advantage, and then your amount of kilos generated per liter is a lot higher because the vessel is bigger and can go out a lot longer and has to steam less. So that behavior aspect is different. Or if you look at the shrimp fishermen, they automatically catch a lot less kilo per liter because they catch shrimp, but the euros are then a lot larger. So you could say, we look at euros then, but that also depends on the fish prices of that season and how much demand there is. So a real absolute correct indicator does not really exist if you do not compare it to the context that you're measuring it in. Yeah, so, and that's why the baseline you decide 2 years later, the baseline changed. So, and that makes it very difficult to compare gears, to decide what the best gear is at that time. Looking from pots to beam trawls, it can change. If the fuel price crashes, then maybe beam trawl is the more lucrative one that time. And then comparing within a gear is easier, I think. What is the best configuration of beam trawl? Because you have more of that real relative comparison, lightness. A lighter gear will always be a lighter gear, will always be more efficient, depending on the target species. So what I actually want to say is that the frame of reference you compare to is very important, because the indicator is the layer on top of that. An indicator by itself indicates reality, and that changes when reality changes.
Yeah.
A few aspects on relative compared to absolute. I like the idea of relative, of course, because you always need a baseline or something to compare to. But there's a number of issues with it that needs to be taken into considerations. And one of the things is that those indicators or those gears we make indicators for, we want to be able to use them as broad as possible to different situations. And definitely, if we take them to different fish feeds, then probably the baselines they need to be compared to are not necessarily the same. And then also there's the problem of, you can say, maintenance of values, because the standards or the baselines, they can also tend to change over time, which then of course can create a kind of issue, which of course you don't have with absolute values. But I agree, then the problem with absolute values is that often they are based on abundancy, they are based on what the gear is applied on, and this kind of things, and they're relative or ratio based, as it's called technically, are much more robust to that kind of things.
Yeah, I agree, but I mean, relative is nice and neat when we are comparing two. But I mean, eventually, do we think we have the resource to investigate then every time the comparison, like have data, like actual data for each comparison? It limits our inference power substantially if we take it that way. And I see your point, Lance, as well, but even the relative data, then they are applicable just to that vessel. Is that good enough when we are talking about introducing a modification at the fleet level? I mean, it would be nice to get fleet level data, but that's hard.
The way we try to approach it is by having a shifting window of reference. So I think in the Belgian fleet, in our sustainability indicators, for instance, we set the baseline for 3 years. And then after 3 years, we reevaluate if there's a specific change. And then you use the same indicator set as compared to the new baseline. So you have shifting baselines there. But the added mega layer of complexities here is how do you compare fisheries and how do you compare a specific gear in the specific fishery with the specific target species. So it seems like at some point you have the data on the fleet itself that varies in time, and then the indicators on top of that that also vary in time based on the new gears that come in. And then how do you get a clean interpretation on top of that? I don't have an answer on that. It's hard. I think it's doable, but it's hard.
I think after Jordan explained to me, I think these are quite specific proposals that we prepare, and I think we need always to define the scope of these proposals, which probably relate to either a certain legislation, and that will always also define what kind of indicators you will consider or not. And of course, the bigger the scope, the more complex it gets, but that's the reason why I like the simple format, because you can adjust it to your purpose. If you have a little, I don't know how I don't work on that level, but I would imagine if it's a minor alteration or addition to an existing law, you need to provide weaker evidence than if you need to make a complex case in that case. Also, this short version looks short, but I think if you looked at the indicators and you provide that information, the document grows.
Yeah. There's the risk there, because we even just in this very brief discussion, we have mentioned so many that table is going to explode quite quickly.
Maybe the best would be examples, actually. Maybe it would be good to fill these tables actually with like WELC data.
Yeah, the plan is a little bit of an ambitious plan, so I haven't fully written it, but yeah, you actually see it in the Monday session. We would like to test it. If we do come out with a proposal, we would like to test it with at least one example and see if it's actually workable. Yes? Oh, sorry, Juan, you were about to say something? No. I thought you were chatting with Jordan.
It might be a bit late for this question, but what's the purpose of the advice layout? Is it somebody ordering a test of a new gear? Or is it the scientists who test something and want to implement it? I think that's maybe also important to consider.
Yes, it's typically the latter. So when we are asked to deliver something like this, it would be to make a change in the regulations. Yeah. You wanted to say something? No. Yeah.
I would like to say something about the relative or absolute indicators. I think if we have relative indicators like scores, for example, we can easily combine several indicators. So in this case, for each gear, we can have one value by the combination of several indicators. Unless you have the value for the fuel, the value for the selectivity, the indicator for the performance, etc. In the other case, you can have, and then you can compare easier the different gears, maybe in different regions also, because you can you can have the same gear, but in different geographical areas, you can get different indicators. But if you have a score, then you can compare the scores. It's easier, I think.
No, it's. I totally agree with the logic. My challenge, or at least a challenge I have experienced myself, is always that we are asked to compare often multiple gears, and then are we saying we need to have tested that gear every time against a baseline, which may be changing because we know some of the gears become outdated, so it's a new gear. I mean, it's a little bit limiting on the long term. That said, I do totally see the shortcomings of working with absolute indicators, so I'm not saying
but
that's
I think
the answer.
Dara mentioned it in the feedback that we got from him, is the baseline should be the gear that's the most prevalently used by that fleet in that region. If I remember correctly. Yeah. So for example, in the Kattegat, you can use either the Celtra gear or you can use the Swedish grid, but no Danish fisherman uses the Swedish grid, so why would you compare the baseline as a Swedish grid with something new?
Mm.
Going to provide relative indicators, you should also consider this fact, which is the baseline and what is the degree of adoption of it. And then coming back to the absolute and relative, I wonder, this is a question to Ben, would you trust in the absolute indicators that has been generated in a different fishery to apply a new fishing gear in your fishery?
In most cases, not. I wouldn't. Yes.
Yeah.
Simply due to the variation.
Yeah, but is it realistically doable? I agree. I mean, in an ideal world, we would do that. But in practice, that leads us to not put forward a lot of gears because we don't feel we have enough data, or not like shy away from I mean, if you take the stock assessment process, there's so many assumptions that are considered good enough for lack of better data. And the decision still needs to be making, and the gear still, like the fleet sometimes still need a new gear to fish with because the current one is not good enough for the management framework, and we are just delaying the process if we feel like we don't ever have enough data.
Sorry, it's a question for the people who have experience in these topics. What happened in the case that we have same resources in different space-time, but we have the same? This happened in Argentina, for example. We have the same resources belong in different space-time. We need to have two indicators with the same fishing gear. We have to try to work to establish two kinds of indicators, or we have to work with the same for the different, with the same resources but in different space-time.
You mean it's a multi-species setting, no?
No, for example, in the anchovy, we have stock, north stock and south stock.
Yeah.
And what we have to do, we have to work with two indicators, one indicator for all the fishery. That's the questions.
Yeah.
Yeah. The same fish, the same fishing gear, the same species, but the zone change. The zone, yeah. In the column of water, in the anchovies distribute along the Atlantic Sea. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess, I mean, I don't know enough of the specific case, but my guess would be it depends if you can get data from the vessels divided by stock.
So one indicator, it would be the vessel, the characteristic, or to establish the vessel as at the first. Because I have the data, the dude in. If it would be possible to have different indicators for the same fishery. That's my question.
Yeah, maybe I'm not getting it completely, but I mean, if you wanted to document, for example, how much catch they're having for the true stocks, yeah. As long as you can get that data, like if it's a question that they are fishing at different depths, so if you can have data, then you can do true indicators for it. If you can't, if you just get the landings and it's all together, then you have to work with one indicator, I am afraid. Yeah. But Lance may have better ideas.
But this goes in relation also to
No, it's just this aligns well with our proposal for having a kind of dynamic tool that can at any time be updated and provide the specific indicators for the specific segments of the fishery.
May I, Jordan? Because I fully agree, and that's what I meant also by having a set of fishery characteristics, but also behavioral aspects, because it could be that a certain gear is tested under 3 knots and 2 hours of towing, that you can say, yeah, this is a fantastic gear, higher selectivity, but once you give it to a certain fishery that on average tends to fish 5 knots, ruins everything or floats the net up from the bottom, then the indicators should be able to react to the behavior of the vessels and the fishers themselves.
No, it's a fantastic point. I'm just afraid it's the wrong audience for it, because I can see really a dynamic indicator make total sense for the fishers, for example. But do you think the managers want that level of detail? Yeah.
I don't think so, because if it's a dynamic tool that works on both sides, they can decide, is it implementable in my fishery with their specific characteristics? But because otherwise they would look at a sheet that sells the idea that the gear could be ideal, but in their vessel set and in their type of behavior, it actually doesn't fit. And the reason why I say that is because in our fleet, at some point, it was said that fly shoot is a fantastic thing, and on paper, it is nice to catch certain species, but we didn't communicate the idea that, yeah, as a beam trawler, to shift towards fly shoot, you have to understand what fly shooting means. You need to change your gear. It's not a skill that is already in our fleet. They don't know how to use it. So put a fly shooter in the hands of someone who doesn't know anything about it, it's not lucrative. The result is not translated into reality.
Taking that example, I mean, if you propose a certain gear and if I think correctly, you would have needed to provide a rationale for the decision maker that your indicators that you provided represent properly your fleet. So, for example, in that case, if you say you have a beam trawling fleet, you will say, okay, because the gear change will be relatively complex, we consider the indicator of fleet adaptability. So, and then you compare fleet adaptability, selectivity, and whatever you think is important. And depending on, and I think this is what we are talking about, trying to make a decision before before there is the legislation done. Just maybe.
Yeah.
Dara?
Sorry, we had you wait.
2 things. You make your argument on the basis of equivalent selectivity with an existing gear or relative to the baseline mesh size. I think maybe there could be a better indicator from the managers as to what I think STCF have tried to they've looked at the length at first maturity. They've tried to be more specific to give people like us better guidelines, better indicator of what technical measures need to achieve. I think that's helpful because, yeah, I just think that's helpful. And then the other thing is, I think somebody else mentioned it, and the SDCF has said it, is that it needs to be, if a gear is implemented, it needs to be monitored to see does it, because it's based usually on a relatively small trial, on a very relatively limited number of vessels. So to see does it help address the problem that it's designed to.
Yeah.
I think that's really important.
Thanks.
And I was wondering whether it's also necessary that this indicator framework links up to the indicators for sustainable fishery products that is going to be released by DG Mara, where they have 2 indicators for the target stock population and the seabed impact. I think the idea is to have that for every fishery product, domestically generated or imported.
Yes, you can keep it going.
Does anyone else have anything? Then, okay.
If there's a way to include an accuracy measurement for if this new gear and it's only been tested for a short while and you want to compare it to something that's been tested for or used for 20, 30 years, then at least the person comparing can go, it's nice data, it might look promising, but it's like based on, you know, like 2 ships, and these might be brand new ships as well, so then you need that information as well, and depending on the sea conditions or whatever all these parameters are, but yeah, some sort of like accuracy. But I'm really scared if you have that in there, and if I think about like human behavior, you go, oh, it's a good number, I'm not even going to look at the accuracy, you might just avoid it. So someone needs to convince the person to pay attention to it and take it into consideration. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a very good point. I wonder if, especially, I mean, most of you in the indicators table suggested some kind of color coding just to visualize immediately if it's improving, if it's similar, or if it's worsening. I wonder if we could include something for confidence as well, like how, like, is this based on solid data, is it based on preliminary data, is it based on literature information? Like,
yes, so the scorings could have, you can have scorings in the colors. So you can have 1 to 5 in the coloring, and then based on that you have the confidence side. So that's a suggestion maybe.
Yeah, I just remembered why I was saying all that stuff earlier on. In the Celtic Sea, we have remedial measures based on the goal that all, the CFP goal, that all stocks are managed at above MSY. So where stock falls below, gear measures are implemented on rapidly, and they're designed to bring the stock back up. So we see arbitrary enough implementation of, if it's we used to have 90 millimeter T90, now it's 100. Next time it'll be 110. Is this the way it goes? So we have issues like that are a concern, and the stock trajectory is still going down. So I think there's a wider issue of, you know, it makes me question things. In the past, we saw, oh, this gear catches less of this and less of that. But sometimes I used to see fish floating away, you know, when you're hauling back, and I'm, you know, never used to think about that. But the goal now is that the stock needs to be at or above MSY. Maybe cod will never be at or above MSY again, that far south. So there's all kinds of issues, but yeah, I don't think, for us anyway, you can keep going the same way.
And what we're discussing is under the existing management framework, isn't it? And if we go across to what Cecil presented earlier with fully documented fisheries, how do we deal with a fleet that is fishing with 10, 20 different gears with different selectivities? What do we do then? What is of relevance under such a setting?
Yeah, I was thinking about that earlier. I mean, it's in one sense it makes this, it removes this step, because then we are not providing advice to the
you're wanting to make sure that you're not having an additional pressure on the stock. So that's when the stuff, for example, the size at first spawning and something, and your catch of pre-spawners and post-spawners comes into effect, possibly.
Yeah, but the way they do, yeah, it's another big issue and big topic, yeah. And I'm not sure we are quite ready for it, but Cecil has still some work to figure it out,
Solve it,
so
Cecil.
we are
Come
good
on.
for now.
Chop, chop. You got a year and a half left.
So just to add to this, and what I'm thinking when we have this discussion is that I hope that this process is not going to be necessary in many years, don't know how many, but that we can take away this whole, like, needing to ask for permission from STCF to get a gear implemented in the regulation, because the fishers could just use whatever gear they wanted to. But then I agree that there may be some way to go before we are there. But then one thing I think is very important when we implement these new regulations is maybe making some way of categorizing what objective they want to fulfill, as we've also touched upon. When we did this evaluation of the gear regulations, I think we identified only 4 different objectives. So it's not that complicated. And that would also make it easier to assess, like, when we can see why a regulation is there, which is actually very difficult to see now, like, when you read regulations, and it's hard to tell why it's there. But knowing why would also make it easier to see if it can be removed, if that objective is fulfilled, for example, under fully documented fisheries, or if the objective is no longer relevant, for example.
Yeah.
So that would maybe, just state every time we have a new regulation, why is this? Like, does it aim to reduce juvenile catches? Does it aim to reduce seabed impact or something? Yeah.
Yeah, there's that. I mean, I don't think we will ever get away completely from the current system, because fully documented catches is one part of the puzzle, right? So of course you will not be dealing so much with catch performance indicators, but the rest of the picture is still there. The government may still want solutions that have less seabed impact, so it's still there. It's just going to shift, as you say, in terms of scope. Yes, I think we are approaching yes, we are actually at the end. Okay, I think we have enough to build a little bit. So the plan is, us conveners will try to wrap up every discussion that we had and all your inputs and fantastic comments and ideas for indicators. We will come up with a little bit of a layout that we also share with the ALDFG, because we haven't touched on that. Well, we touched a little bit on some indicators in that direction, but we would like to hear from their perspective also what they think should be there. And then we will try to build something. We will discuss it on Monday, and ideally try it with one case we are familiar with, where we have some data. And if you want Maurice to try it with the whelk, we will do the whelk. It's fun.
It's just an example.
Yeah.
That is just a simple thing. You have this improved selectivity, but it takes time. So how do you, of course there is not the same way forward. And a lot of, for example, there was some difficult where they talked like, we can implement minimum salt line, just as an example. But yeah, it would be really good. Because by visits, actually, you present only the result of the selectivity, but not the time lost or the operational cost of the project.
Yes, which can make a substantial. Well, it's a substantial factor for adoption. Yeah.
Not so obvious.
Yeah.
I think that's what we are all afraid of, that our results maybe are interpreted wrongly and end up with the legislation that no one wanted.
Yeah. So it could be, because of course that's not something that the managers necessarily are particularly interested in, but we could incorporate in it in, I think some of you mentioned like some likelihood of adoption, something like that, and that could factor in something at that level. Yes? Oh, sorry, I thought you raised your hand. All right, thank you so much. Yes?
My first time in this discussion, I'm still trying to understand why this started. And now we understand that it's rather complicated. So in my opinion, there should be as many indicators as possible, most of which at the end of the day probably will not be able to contribute to some yield changes or at some fisheries.
Yes.
But I think options should be there.
I agree.
And one thing that we didn't mention about if I am a manager, if I need to change the regulation, I should be having some what I would pay the most attention is that whether the new regulation is acceptable. I don't know what kind of indicators you can identify for this. And probably the more important one is whether I can really control this relationship. So I don't know whether you relate it to IEP, but if you cannot really control these measures, implementing it is quite unfair because some of the fisheries will obey the new rules while the others will continue on their own way. So if you are not able to fully control the new measures, I think you should have an indicator of this at the beginning so that we are not fairly managing the fishery. We have so many examples of this, but most of the discussion is going around the Northern European fishery system, where there are quite advanced information in terms of its science and its control in terms of management. Whereas if you go to different parts of the world, you go to the Eastern Mediterranean, you go to the Black Sea, you are still missing some very basic information. And probably the other thing, as an indicator, I don't know how you can mention it, but the cost of the new change or the cost of the modification. Not only the initial, but also the maintenance cost. We are talking about using kind of acoustic vitality device to avoid marine mammals. Then you need a form of indicator of the initial cost plus maintenance cost. These are the things that are coming to my mind, but probably similar things in the same way may not be applicable to many other fisheries. Therefore, I think this payload is a good idea, color coding is a good idea, but they should come with an NA option that is not applicable to certain years and certain fisheries.
Yes, I fully agree. Because I think that's part of why it became so diverse, and the communication and the use of these indicators is because we tailor them to the specific case, which of course in principle is a good idea. You just give the message that is important for that fishery. But I think on the long run it's better that we standardize, and then you have all, like, everything that is not relevant is just marked as such, as it's simple enough to have NAs or not applicable, or not relevant or not documented, but it should be there.
And one more point. So when we are talking about non-target catch, so we tend to speak about discard, but sometimes your discards are safe in terms of measures. If you are discarding new types of crab that is not paid attention by any of the NGOs, that's okay. But if your discard is a sea turtle,
of course,
or a harbor turquoise, then the story is different. So GFCM is kind of naming them as vulnerable species, bycatch of vulnerable species, and discard and bycatch of vulnerable species are coming in different contexts there. So I don't know how it might be possible to identify these, to separate these from each other. But when you say 40% discard, which may look like quite significant in more control fishery, but when you say 5% discard, if it's coming as in the form of harbor turquoise in a two-boat fishery, it might be quite significant. Then some of the fisheries managers could be, pressurizing, okay, test new devices, try to find an alternative way to do this.
Yes.
And I think this terminology is a little more complicated than what we usually do.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, percentages would not necessarily fit every of these each of these categories, because as you say, in some cases the concern would be at the number of individuals, not at the percentage level. So we have to, be a little bit careful with that as well. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, the public especially feels really cheated about that, because they think they're buying a product with very low percentage of bycatch, but when you put it in proportion, of course, it's because they don't have the level of understanding of the fishery. So it's important that we are transparent in the information, and I mean, present it in a way that, I mean, we touched on this earlier. I mean, the indicators are a tool for the users, so the users need to receive it in the format that is relevant to them. And with that said, we are out of this room. Thank you so much for all these valuable discussions. It's been lovely.